Hello, everyone. How you doing? I'm trying to make sure this thing is working properly. If you have trouble hearing me, let me know. For some reason, it doesn't seem to be wanting to hear on my end. See if I got the notes.
Hi, hello guys. Good morning. Welcome to my live stream. You can hear me, guys. Kuya Dan, good morning, Kuya Dan. Robert, BFF, good evening. Edward, good evening. You can hear me, Robert? Kuya Dan, you can hear me? Jeff, I call shot. Texas, hello there. Good evening. Yes, Sammy. Okay, pretty good. Kuya Larry, what happening? You're mute. You're mute. Look at to no your StreamYard. To the StreamYard. Your microphone don't have Kuya Larry, you can hear me? Oh my god, he can't hear me, guys. I will message him. Um Look at your screen, Kuya Larry. You are mute in StreamYard. Oh my god. Kuya Larry, your microphone don't have any problem. Your problem is you are mute to your desktop. To your desktop. So silly. He can't hear me, guys. Sorry for that, guys. Yes, got a great sound. Thank you so much, Kuya. Can hear you. Yeah, thank you so much, Jeff. Kuya Larry, check your messenger. Check your messenger. Oh my God. Kuya Larry! Oh my God. Guys, I need to wait. Wait. Where is there? On your mic in your StreamYard because you're mute.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, that's it. My gulay. I message you in Messenger too. Oh my God.
This is only my second one. Come on.
It's okay. We are here. We are here to help you. I just wake up, already, kuya. I just wake up and then I make coffee. Kuya Dan, coffee ko.
Dan, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, then they can hear you too.
Okay. Oh, what it was my mic. It was my mic.
Kuya Dan say, Dan, use sign language now. How you can sign the microphone, Kuya Dan? How you can sign the microphone, Kuya Dan? Huh? How you can sign the microphone like that? Microphone! Mute! Microphone!
Dan, I'm glad it's entertaining.
Oh my God, Kuya Dan! Oh, Kuya Dan, I am in CC Mini live stream last night. Yeah, after my live stream and my back is aching, guys. Sorry. Kopiko, yes, Kuya Dan, Kopiko Block. I love it. So, what is the topic for today, Kuya?
Well, I was thinking maybe I'm hearing a echo. I'm hearing what you say twice.
Maybe you open your what do you call this one? You open your
My
what do you call this one? YouTube. Do you have any other tab in your laptop, in your desktop?
Yeah, I did. I just discovered it.
Close
It's
that
turned off
or
now.
mute that one. Mute that
I
one. So
just turned it off. I got my cell phone. I don't need the other one.
okay.
All right. What I was wanting to bring up, and I want people's opinion on this, is I know you started that club for the small YouTubers. I was
Mm-hmm.
thinking about maybe we should do live where we get together and people will come up and introduce themselves. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
if we do it every week, maybe once a month or something.
Sure. I will
And
introduce myself first. Hi
yeah,
guys, I am Sammy. My true name. I am Sammy Chavez in YouTube. My true name is Roy Chong Chavez, and I'm proud being a lady boy.
now
I
tell us
live
something
here
about your
in
channel.
Carnegie Oriental. What kuya?
Tell us something about your channel, so people
My
may
channel is all about Mixville vlogs or video or topics. My for short, my channel is a mix. It can give you more information if you like to ask. I can answer directly because I do live stream Q&A sometimes too. And yeah, I'm helping small YouTuber that who don't know sometimes, yeah, and I share my knowledge a little bit because I know a little bit, so I share it to people that yeah, who don't know without asking anything in return. That's it. Luis, hello there. Good morning.
hello, Larice. Like I said, I was thinking maybe we could do this like once a month or something. I can the rest of the
Once
time
a
we can
week.
just
It's
talk.
better,
Even
kuya,
once a
once
week,
a week.
that's fine. I mean, what I'm saying is, though, what we'll do is whoever wants to can get queued up. They can come in, tell us about themselves, where they live, and what their channel is about. Whether it's mix, uh, like
Mm-hmm.
there's one guy he does Filipino information channel. So he talks to people about are interested in moving to
Yeah.
Philippines and some of the things they're going to face.
You can talk about that too, Kuya. You can talk. You can topic too.
I'm not an expert on that, but I'm just saying though I want people to know when they go to your channel what to expect, and maybe people will come that wouldn't come because they didn't know. I thought
Yeah.
maybe if we get
True.
on, if we get up here and tell each other, like mine's a mixed channel. I got talking heads, I got walking. This is my second live stream. I
Mm-hmm.
got shorts. I've got places of special interest, like I did the car show. I mentioned
Yeah.
last week that
True.
when I go back home, I'm going to take videos of cover bridges. So
Yeah,
mine's a
you
mixed
are mixed,
channel.
Kuya. You are mixed, Kuya. Just like me. I share my video anytime if I like. Yeah, that's it. I'm not focusing in one content only.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I want everybody. I was thinking maybe it might be nice that everybody knows, hey, I'm going to go up and I'm going to see this channel, what they expect. I mean, you take Daisy Lynn, hers is mostly uh,
Uh-huh.
karaoke singing, which I
Yeah.
enjoy. I'll go watch her live streams
Basically,
occasionally.
what do you call this one? Her channel is karaoke and growing program.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if everybody knows what they're getting into, like if somebody's not interested in the Philippines, they wouldn't want to go to your channel. Somebody's
Yeah.
not
True.
interested in the U.S. wouldn't want to come to my channel.
Yeah. True.
And that's what I'm saying. So maybe we can find some common interests. I don't know how often we could do this, but we could do it every so often, and
Mm.
let people know. So maybe they can find some other channels to follow, or or otherwise I can just get. Y'all know I like to talk, so I can just get up here and talk about anything y'all want.
People
I
so
can sit.
interested Kuya to have a new friend. Yeah, that's why I don't like spamming in my live chat. It because I would like them to talk each one another so they can create a friendship here in the
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, this way they can introduce themselves. So if they want to come up, if
Yeah,
they
true.
and we can do this every time I do a live stream. Somebody wants to come up, introduce themselves, send a message, let me know that's what you want to do. Then get in the what they call get into the studio, and I can
Mm-hmm.
bring you up.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even have to know you. If now if you're a jerk, I'm going to have some monitors
Mm-hmm.
that will remove you from the channel or put you on a timeout. That's why I gave you one. I've already gave Dan one. I'll be handing out more later. Uh,
True.
but I want people to I want to try to help spread the love, as Robert says.
Yeah. But be careful, Kuya, that I'm bringing people up here in your panel. Let them open first their camera before you accept them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Now,
there's a lot of people that they are so rude. They come up to the panel and then show their private thing, and then
well,
it can ruin your channel. YouTube will going to ban you.
yeah. Well, yeah, like I said, it's just something I'm thinking about. Probably will only be people I know then. And they're going to
Mm.
have to be here a while and act decent. And but hey, thanks, Dan.
Kuya
Hey,
Dan, Kuya Dan, come up here. Come
well,
on,
come
you're
on up,
sleeping
Dan.
in the live stream, Kuya Dan. Oh my God, I'm so close to come over there to your room, but I'm too shy
Yeah.
because yeah, you are half naked. Joke.
Now, Edward, is
Sabi ko,
Eddie up today?
Kuya Dan, I'm live. I gotta love the brown out, Dan. My gulay. Kuya Dan, it's time maybe to make you a solar. It's time for you to get it. So you have a backup power. Keep you who has put away gang. Edward.
I just wondering. Now, Eddie Beck has a son, Eddie Jr., who's
Mm-hmm.
about high school age.
Mm-hmm. Junior
Seems
is
like a really good kid. I mean, I've never talked to him, but he's been on a few of the chats I've been in.
oh
Seems like a
wow.
good
Awesome.
kid. He always came up to Chris and Sabu's live streams a lot,
Oh, okay.
and that's where I know Edward Beck from, the Big Mac Daddy.
Say hi to Eddie Junior by Jerry.
Junior is playing the Xbox. Well, he's always playing the Xbox. he does like his games. But yeah, tell Eddie hi from the chat there, Mr. Big Mac Mr. Big Mac Daddy. See what happens when you're live? You just get tongue tied, and it just happens, man.
You like me to drop their link, Kuya?
Yeah, just drop. That's something we'll need to set up a night bot. So
Okay,
we'll come up with something that.
I will teach you that about Nightbot. So yeah, you know, because you can have you need to get a special link on that, like what I did to Kuya Dan.
Okay, like I said, we'll set it up and we'll have them either type in like LLL or LUV, short for. That's another way of spelling love.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll just have them. We'll come up with something. You use 143, and
Yeah.
Dan just uses Dan. I might use just lazy. Just type in lazy. We'll come up with something, and people can drop their links on their own if they want.
Yeah, true.
Thanks, Big Mac Daddy. He said he told Eddie that I'm on, and I was asking for him. But Dan's retirement's ready to come up.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dan.
Whoa, scared myself.
Oh, hello. Good morning.
Good morning. How is
Now, Dan,
everyone?
Sammy's already told us about hers. Now, why don't you tell us about yours?
My channel's about nothing. It's the Seinfeld of YouTube. So, started out as being like the move from Sacramento to the Philippines, and it took a couple of years, but here I am. Yay!
Hey.
So anyway,
Coffee.
Yes, I got the coffee here. And oh, in case things get a little messy, I have this.
You are ready to go. You have lotion too? Do you have lotion too beside that?
A fresh roll.
Because some like they have lotion too. They have lotion and then toilet paper beside them.
Lotion, hey.
I don't know what they are using to the lotion. You know.
Here you go. I got the mosquito repellent.
Oh my gulay.
Yeah, Jerry, you're right. He's been missing in action for a couple of weeks. You're talking about Chris and Sabu.
Oh, he has, huh? Man, I stopped watching him because I'd go looking for him, and it was just disappointing when I couldn't find him. I really miss him,
Maybe twice in the last month. It's about all he's
been. Oh
my
goodness gracious! I don't know what to do. Should we send him a message?
I don't know how to send him one.
Maybe we go to his YouTube channel and we bombard his videos with requests.
Yeah, well,
come back, Chris.
I was gonna say, I know his daughter's getting ready to start college, so that may be keeping him busy. I don't know.
Dance, don't forget Tabo by Jerry.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's working a nursing job. I don't know.
Well, like I said, his daughter's just starting college. She just graduated high school.
Good for her.
And Chris and Sabu's been there at least 7 years.
Yeah, I'm when you get to know someone, you get to know them like they're your friend. That's the situation with Chris and Sabu, and then they disappear like that. It was very disappointing. So I really miss them. Yeah.
But now I'm going to bring up somebody that you two may not know. You probably know Jerry from Chris, but you may not know what Jerry does. Jerry, if you want, come on up. Let's get you on here as well.
What? Jerry's here from South Texas?
Yeah, Jerry's here.
Yeah, Jerry, come on.
Jerry.
City in the Philippines has flow home here to USA. By Edward.
His train videos are epic.
Kuya Dan, why you wasn't come to my live stream last night?
Why? What? I didn't come?
Because you upset me.
We're gonna have we got Robert here. Come on, Jerry.
Hello,
Robert.
Bart.
Robert's in the house.
What's
Greetings,
up, Larry, Dan, Sammy?
I didn't have my makeup on. I think Sammy is the reason why.
Jerry,
have my
just come
makeup
up and
on.
have your
You are drinking last night so early.
avatar up. See, like he's got. Just have your
Yeah,
avatar up.
I've seen.
Drinking.
Yeah, I'd seen that, Dan. I seen with mine. You had all the drinking going on and dancing and singing and.
No, that last
Edward
night.
beat
Last
back.
night I
You
went to
wanna
bed
come up?
early.
Jerry's not coming up.
I heard my wife was having some kind of a big party. I was in the room sleeping.
Yeah, she do a live stream, and then I came over there because I already end my live stream, and then I go there. Hi, Cece. Sorry, I'm late because I just end my live stream. Hi, Cece. Let's drink beer like that. Oh my God, how I wish I am with you guys.
I was wondering what was going on because I started seeing all these cases of beer show up at the house. I was like,
yeah,
hey,
they are
nobody told me
I
about
guess
a
Ed's
party
not going to
tonight.
come up. Larice, you want to come up?
That's life in the Philippines.
I mean,
Larry,
so Larry, it's just kind of like you give it.
Bachelorette.
So it's just you just kind of give a description of your channel, Larry.
Yeah, just give a description of your channel. Tell them.
Well, I've only done 2 live stream, guys, but mine's pretty open. I can do karaoke, discussion. It's just an open stream, and I'm pretty like Sammy, Larry, and everybody else. I don't want politics or religion brought into this to the discussion and stuff like that. But yeah, pretty much it's open on that.
All right, now tell them where you're from, where you live right now, Robert, and what.
I live in
for the future.
I live in Herndon, Virginia. I'm about 35 miles out from Washington, D.C. I live in Northern Virginia. My plans for the future is I'm trying to get all my medical issues done with my knee replacement, my shoulder, and everything, and I'm going to retire to the Philippines. And so it's just a matter of getting all my health right, and that's my plans. I just want to be happy for the rest of my years, Larry. But I've met some.
Now, Ed, let's don't go judging people. Like I said, Sammy's a good person. So, not everybody's going to like everybody. That's just the way it is.
I can't, being a lady boy or being a trans, I can't please someone to like me or to, because they have bad experience about like that or their belief.
Like I said, Ed's not being too rude, I don't think. But I just wanted to know that let's be polite to each other. I happen to be straight myself, but Sammy's been real nice to me. She's really helped. And,
it's the old saying, Larry. Don't judge a book by its cover.
Well, I was raised that judge not, at least thou himself be judge.
That's it.
And I've done a lot of things wrong in my life.
Only God can
hopefully overcome some of them.
We are all human.
But
hey Larry, share one thing you've done wrong in your life. since you
I have slept with married women. Okay, how's that? I have slept with married women before.
Oh.
That's one thing wrong. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, I've done things wrong, and some of it I'm not too proud of, but it's who I was and who's made me what I am. I'm going to tell you something y'all don't know. I had a gay roommate. I lived with a gay man I got myself in really bad financial situation, and I was looking for a place to live. Now, the guy didn't advertise he was gay. I didn't know when I moved in. And when I figured it out, I told him that I knew. And he said, well, we can walk around the apartment nude. And I said, no, thank you. It's not my thing. And every time he had friends that come over that were gay, he'd let them know, hey, Larry's cool, but he's straight. Leave him. Don't go hitting on him. And I lived with the guy for about 4 years.
All of my friends, Kuya Larry is straight. And almost all of my boyfriends before is straight guy.
Yeah. Well, like I said, my family knew I was living with a gay man. So I'm sure they thought didn't know like was Larry gay, but they realized, no, just my financial situation put me there, and the guy treated me decent, and he even had his boyfriend move in later on, and but I got along with both of them, and then I moved out, and been on my own ever since. Like I said, I got my financial situation straightened up enough that I prefer not having a roommate unless they're sleeping with me, because that way, if there's a visitor I know, so I know, like, if I got to go to the bathroom, do I have to put on a pair of pants because somebody might see me that doesn't want to see me? But if you're
Mhm.
living with the person and sleeping with them, you know if there's going to be a visitor or not.
Yeah.
And that's when the conversation came out where we can walk around nude. And it's like, no, thank you.
Every man
Right,
repeat
that's
after me,
I
love
told
shout
my
out
prefer
to
to live by
you.
myself for that reason.
See, Larry, that's kind of interesting because when I was growing up, my mother worked with a guy that was gay. It was her best friend.
Yeah.
Every man repeat a story. That is Kuya Paul. Is that Kuya Paul? Old dog?
Wow, every man repeats the story is here.
Well,
Hey, every
every man
man, did you
repeats a
buy
story. I'm
did you
Is
having
buy
a
that
that
couple more
yacht
people
Kuya
yet?
come
Paul?
up. Every man repeats the story. Come on up. If you like
They're
it, we'll let
anonymous,
you
I
tell
bet.
your story.
Kuya Paul, is that you? Oh my God.
Did you buy the yacht yet?
Oh my God.
Like I said,
Oh, that's funny.
some of
Oh,
my
I need
some of
this.
my family would probably freak out if they knew, but my immediate family, my sisters, and I think even
I
my
know
mother,
that.
but all four of my sisters knew I lived with a gay man for a while.
Well, it was totally the opposite with my family. They all thought I was gay, and when I told them I was straight, they were so disappointed.
Oh my God.
My gulay kuya.
My youngest sister and her husband, her second husband actually, two of their really best friends are a gay couple,
Yeah.
and they run around together.
Yeah. I see my mom's best friend. He was gay. He used to babysit me and my brother. I mean, we looked at him like a dad.
Well, I'm going to be
Yeah.
honest with you now. When I was a kid in my area, if you were gay and it was known, you were harassed badly.
Oh yes.
Uh, Now, once I got in my 20s, it was different, but it was still being harassed, but nothing like it
Yeah.
was when I was a kid. Uh, I was probably in my late 20s when they opened up their first gay bar in my hometown, Terre Haute. And it was called R Place, the letter R Place.
Mhm.
Yeah. They got a place here in DC called the Blade.
Yeah.
And
Oh, Kuya Dan.
but
I love you, Kuya Dan.
but you're right, Larry. Back in the day, it was just a lot of hate and judging and everything else.
Well,
Mm.
and a lot of it was ignorance,
Yeah.
and a lot of it was let's be honest about it. Some of the churches preached against it and said it was
Yeah.
a sin. It may be. It's not me to judge. Like I said, judge not.
Yeah.
What did Jesus say when they were going to stone the woman for adultery? Let
He was
he
going to
without
throw the
sin
first
cast the
stone.
first stone.
Yep.
I'm sorry, people. I really don't want to bring up religion, but
Yeah.
yeah, you better wipe that forehead.
Well, also you, and not to do it again, but it also says in there that God said judgment is mine, no one else's but mine.
That's what I said. I mean, that's why I just want everybody to be cordial. If you can't be friendly, be cordial.
That's it.
And hello, Hannah. How you doing? Now, am I limited to just four of us up here? Because nobody else is showing up. Hannah, if you want to come up, come on up.
Honey, Zagala, silo there.
I'm not sure. Sammy knows how many people you can have up. I'm not sure how many you can have, and
I was
like
thinking it was
six or up to
I was
10 or
thinking six.
something.
I was thinking six, but I could be wrong.
Well,
Now,
I heard that.
if you have one where you pay for it, you can have more. You can only have so many for when you're free.
Yeah, I think it's free. It's only 6, I think.
That's all right, Ed. Like I said, I didn't think you were being hateful. I didn't.
Disrespect. No, he wasn't being disrespectful because everyone in the room knows that Sammy is a handful.
Hey Eddie, how you doing there, buddy?
Edie,
Eddie.
Sammy's a
That's what I was thinking.
handful.
Jerry 6.
Did you get it? Never
I'm
mind.
inviting people up, but they don't seem to want to come up.
What, kuya?
Yeah, Eddie Beck. Eddie, what are you? 15 or 16?
Kuya Danny, message me. I wasn't I wasn't hear what you say.
Okay. Hey, is that Eddie Beck Jr.?
Yep, Eddie Beck Jr. is down there.
Eddie Beck Jr. is in the house. Are we kicking him out?
Now that he's 15. Now it's a stream. All right, now we got a stream going on. We got senior and junior both, and Jerry.
Hey, hiya.
Now we need Mike, married to a Filipino. Hello, Amy. How you doing? She just walked behind you.
I'm doing good. Hi, Larry. How
How
are
you
you?
doing?
There's Sammy said you were. Sammy
Hi,
said you
Marnie.
were- Robert, they say you were drunk last
Hi,
night.
Robert. How are you?
You were
I'm
a little
good.
bit tipsy last night. My God.
You look like you were having fun last night.
Busy.
You were a little bit tipsy last night. My gulay.
Oh yeah, last night. Busy.
I didn't know.
Really?
I didn't know what was going on.
We're dancing.
Oh my God. I take
I wasn't
City
invited to the
to
party.
outside. Kuya Dan, you want it
Yes.
now? You go to the
I
bar?
was not.
Miss
I was not.
Filipino.
Really?
Miss
My
Philippines.
company
How you
is
doing, Miss
here.
Philippines?
I was not invited to the party.
Okay, guys, I have to go now.
All right, see you.
City turned
See
16
that? I
first
wasn't
week.
even. I wasn't even invited to the party. I had no idea what was going on.
Mhm.
I'm boring.
Are you
I'm
going to
boring.
teach Junior to drive, or is you going to take courses through the school? Eddie Junior is going to learn to drive. He'll be 16 in November,
Awesome.
so he'll be driving soon.
All right, that's great. Could drive
Eddie
the old
and
man around.
Ed and Eddie live in the Pennsylvania. That's as far as I'll go, because like I said, it's up to other people to tell you what they want you to know. I've told you all before, I happen to be a security guard. I'm 69 years old. I have a channel that's mixed. And I'm originally from Indiana, and I live here in the Capital District of New York. I live in a little old place called Watervliet. But I got a decent-sized one-bedroom.
Yeah, I saw you. I saw your Cisco video. I like that.
Yeah, that's where I'm working right now. Before that, I was at DOA, which is Department of Agriculture. Before that, I was at Ball Metal. Before that, I was at Amazon. Before that, I was up in Rochester area working at Delphi, which is an automotive.
Yeah,
That was an automotive research center,
yeah.
engineering research.
Delphi is part of what are they part of again?
Well, they used to be part of GM, but they got spun
Yeah,
off.
that's
And
what I thought. It was
Delphi-
part of General Motors.
The Delphi engineer, where I worked at, that they kept the name Delphi because they split in two, and Delphi was sold off. Borg Warner bought them out. Borg Warner does the same thing as Delphi, and the ones like where I was at that wasn't near a customer of Borg Warner's was shut down. So my
Oh, okay.
last year, we were in it was the pandemic just hit, so we were the only ones in the building for a few months. It was just security. Nobody else was even there. And then when they started having people come back, that's when they sold the place and they started shutting it down. And hello, Dodger Blue.
Hi,
And,
Dodger.
And we couldn't get enough help. We were 2 to 3 people short the whole year. Now, I'll even tell you what I was making then. I make more now, but back then I was only making about 12, not even quite 12 and a half an hour. And I still made over $46,000 that year.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of overtime. Since then, I really don't care for overtime. I worked an average of about 72 hours a week
Wow.
for almost a whole year. And about 1 day off a week. That was about it. Now, occasionally I took 2 off, but there was times I worked 100 hours in 1 week. So I think the most I worked was 104, 102. And I've done that once or twice, but there was, most of the time it was around 64 to 72 hours. But there was a lot of 80 hours and 90-hour shifts as well. I mean, weeks. And I make less money, but I make more money per hour, and I'm a lot happier not working all that overtime.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I used to love overtime, but they burned my backside right out of it.
I bet they did burn you out when they do that.
Oh yeah. Well, we couldn't get people to come in. If somebody come in and you know, they find out we're shutting down at the end of the year, I can't blame them for not wanting to take the job. They want to go somewhere else so they don't have to do another, you know, go through this again.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Me.
It's
Yeah, well,
like,
I'm kind of, you kind of understand that though. They don't want to go to a job they know that it's going to end, you know?
yeah, in that short of a period of time.
Yeah.
Now, it's like me when I first moved down here. They offered me a job that was like just a few minutes from where I live, like maybe 10 minutes, but it was shutting down in a year. When I found that, I was like, no, give me something else. So I took a job that was farther away,
Hmm.
and you know, but it didn't shut down in a year. Now it was a little over a year. That part closed down, and I went somewhere else. But and I only left the DOA because I went to the DOA because the guy that actually worked there got sick. And so I went in and covered him when he got healthy again. You know, he came back to his job because you shouldn't lose your job because you're sick. And so I went somewhere else. That's how I ended up at Cisco. And he came back to work at the DOA, and I went to Cisco. I liked the DOA much better. It paid better because as a contract security officer, your pay a lot of times depends on where you work. And the DOA paid real well. I only worked, what was it, 37 and a half hours a week. I worked
So you unarmed or armed?
unarmed.
Okay.
They'd have to pay me a whole lot more money than they're paying me right now to be armed, let me tell you.
Well, I
Hey,
mean,
you
yeah,
know, going to
well,
Cisco
most of the
Live.
time, if you're armed, you get better pay.
Yeah, you can get a
Hey,
lot better
what
pay.
goes on in Cisco? Top secret stuff, I bet, huh?
Cisco's a huge company. I mean,
Yes, it is. It's
they've
a
got
food
a
warehouse.
distribution center here in Harrisonburg, Virginia, and I went in there. I was amazed. Everything is just automized, and I mean, it's just amazing how their warehouse works.
Well, Jerry left a message on that video and said it reminded him of when his dad used to deliver produce there
Yeah,
down in Texas. So, you know, and then I don't know if you guys know who JGBK is. He left a message saying when he had a restaurant up in Rochester area. They used to deliver his food, a lot of his food to him.
yeah. Cisco's pretty big around this area.
It's real big in New York too.
The thing about what was cool about that one, I went in and toured of their warehouse. All the conveyors and everything when something started to run low on the shelves or in the area, it was all automated. It restocked everything.
See, you probably had a much newer facility than the one I work at. They do everything by fork trucks in hand, but they got huge stacks of batteries for the fork trucks.
Yeah.
About the only day they're really shut down is Sunday, although they start back up early Sunday evening. And there's only a few that work on Saturdays usually. But
Yeah,
Monday through Friday, they're, you know, and I work day shift. I work 7 to 3. So, but they're open. There's guards there 24/7. So I could work a different shift, but I'll tell you the truth. If I could work at 8 to 4 or 9 to 5, I'd be a lot happier.
Yeah.
My body, it's more geared naturally to get up around 6, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Just getting up at 5, I can do it, but man, I don't like it.
Well, I mean, I just got that natural alarm clock in my head, Larry. You know?
Hey, Larry, maybe Cisco can automate Edward D. Beck's operation. Yeah, he could increase production. You know, what do you think of that?
I don't know if he can keep up with the demand.
We're talking gallonage here. We're talking gallons. Eddie D. Beck.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know if he can
Edward
keep up with
D.
the demand. I mean, that honeydew would probably would probably keep him busy for the rest of his life. Eddie, that's fine. I mean, if you're a young man, you like playing those games. I just wanted to say hi. I wanted to make sure you're doing okay. Let you know the chat here really misses you. Like I said, we
Yeah.
haven't been in Chris and Sabu for so long,
Yeah.
and so
We miss you, Eddie Jr.
yeah. Eddie, like I said, is a polite young man, and he's always been friendly with me and everybody else in the chat. Like I said, we're missing Mike, married to a Filipina, but hey, we'll get what we get, and we'll be happy with it. Like I said, I'm not doing this to make money. I think I read that note to you guys last week where the one guy was saying, there was a quote from Henry Ford where, if you get into to make money, it's the wrong reason. You should get into, further your knowledge and stuff. I got into this so when I finally do retire, I have something I want to do. Like I said, I'm honest with you. I love to talk, and
Oh, then I'm screwed, Larry, on my side. I'm in it solely for the money.
not me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I won't turn the money down, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm
I
the
didn't get
fakest person on this whole panel.
like I said, I mean, I'm not going to turn the money down, but that's not why I started. Well, actually, the first video I did was because of you guys from Chris and Sabu. You guys kept saying, "Well, how come you go by Lazy Larry? You're not lazy. You should be hard working." And so, like I said, when I first started following Chris and Sabu, he first started doing the live streams. I got following Chris, I think, just before he started doing live streams, and I wasn't sure how well I was going to like him. But I went on and watched him. And there was like 3 other, if not 4 other Larrys on there. Myself, Larry Lee. There was a Larry G. I think he spelled his name G-E-E. There was another guy who went by Larry B, just the initial B. And there was like a Larry Outdoors or something like that. So there was at least 4 Larrys. And so like if he wanted to, one of us asked a question and he goes to answer, well, Larry or whatever. If you didn't catch quite, you didn't know if he was answering your question or one of the other 2 guys. So I figured, well, I'll change my name to my senior year high school nickname, Lazy Larry, and that's how I came up with Lazy Larry.
Well, when I first met you, I was calling you that, but now I just call you Larry.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I came up with that name because of live stream. Larry is such a common name.
So is Robert.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, my real name is Larry, not Lawrence. But it's such a common name. I went to school with 2 other Larrys. One, Larry Lee Allen. Mine's Larry Allen Lee. And Larry Lee Allen and me lived right across the street from each other. And there was Larry Mark Lee. For 3 years, we were in the same class. Teachers had a hard time, She'd say, Larry, all 3 of us could answer. Lee, at least 2 of us answered. And Mark, there was another 4 Marks around. Same thing with Alan, there was the 2 of us. So I always kind of got by a nickname. And that's why I always when I signed something, it's always Larry A. Lee. Because of that reason, because there were so many Larrys in my class. And
What are you doing, Dan?
I took a moment to change the light bulb.
He's chatting
that's
to
a lot.
all
I
of them,
thought
to
maybe
all
that
the
was a
I
dog.
thought you were trying to moon us or something.
No, he's still looking for a second
Oh my
one.
gosh, I forgot. My butt was to the camera. I do apologize.
He's
Oh,
still
my
looking for the second wife. That's why he's busy.
Oh,
Oh
see,
my
hey.
goodness.
never
I'm
mind.
I'm embarrassing myself on my friend's channel. Oh my gosh. Terrible.
Love you, Dan.
Oh my God.
I apologize to all the subscribers and to Larry.
You remember that song, Dan?
Yes.
Larry probably remembers it too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my
That
God.
song, the song Big Butts, I cannot lie.
Yeah, I remember that song.
When
Look
it
at
starts
the
out with the two,
interview.
when it starts out with the two Valley girls going, oh
Uh,
my God.
yeah, oh my
I
goodness.
like big
Hey,
butts, cannot lie.
hey, Edward. Edward said something here about the Shine business I'm interested in. That's the American dream, Edward D. Beck.
Oh,
You're living the American dream. That's what
my,
America's all about.
my grandpa used to do that stuff.
Yeah, you know. I mean, I'm happy, I'm happy. I thought about it, I actually thought about brewing up a batch just to see if I could do it. So, but it takes skill, Coconut wine, I'd like to improve on the coconut wine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
If I
coconuts
started
all
drinking
around
that
me.
Shine, I'd be passed
Yeah,
out.
what do you do? What
Dude,
do
man,
you
I
do
remember
with
the
it?
first time I ever tried that stuff, Larry. Oh my God, jeez. You could feel it burning when it hit the mouth, and you could feel the trail it took when it went down.
Now, how many of you know who? Give me Roy Clark is.
Yeah, he's a country singer, wasn't he?
Yep. You remember his song, White Lightning?
He did so many. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
Mighty please and Pappy's corn squeeze and White Lightning.
Yeah.
City Boy
But
King.
he
He's tough. He
he
wants
stayed,
to taste that powerful stuff.
he stayed with Buck Owens for a lot of years
on. Mighty
he stayed.
pleasing, Pappy's horn squeezing.
Yeah, he stayed with Buck Owens for a lot of years, didn't he?
Yeah, they were on Hee Haw for about 25 years.
Yeah, I remember watching that show when I was little.
Yeah, I watched it all the time. Loved it.
Yeah.
And, he had some great. He had some songs that were great, like "Thank God" and "Greyhound." You remember that song?
Yeah.
Dan, you know that one?
Well, Buck Owens actually had a lot of great songs.
Yeah.
Don't he have a restaurant?
Greyhound, you're gone. I loved, and if you ever watched him when he was singing the songs, he put on a show with his friends even.
Well, the other one I like, not
What was that, Sammy?
Sean Timber.
There.
Hey, Sean, how you doing there, buddy? Now, Sean's not too bashful to come up, are you, Sean?
Now, what was the other guy that I know his name's Jerry. I can't remember his last name. Was in the movies with Burt Reynolds with Smokey and the Bandit.
Jerry Reed.
And I loved him.
That boy can play a guitar now. Let me tell you.
I loved him, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Sean.
Yeah, Doctor, we're showing our age with Hee Haw.
Oh yeah, I'm showing my ages. I remember a bunch of them. I can show my age with all the concerts I've seen, Larry.
I've only gone to really one concert where
I've seen Zeppelin, I've seen Deep Purple, I've seen Uriah Heep.
I went and watched Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band in Washington State up in Seattle.
I was probably 11 years old first time I ever saw Led Zeppelin. My brother took me to see him.
Well, John Cougar Mellencamp used to play in my hometown before he made it big.
Well, he's an Indiana boy anyway, isn't he?
Yeah. He's from southern Indiana, a little old place called Bedford, which is maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours from my hometown. Now, Bedford is really small. It's right outside of Bloomington, which is where IU's at. Now, Bloomington's only 30,000 people. But the college is about 30. My hometown's about 70,000 people, not counting the colleges.
Yeah, I've been to Bloomington. Yeah.
And Bloomington, a lot of people say Indiana's flat. Well, they've not been to Bloomington or Park.
Oh, no. Do you know where Linton? You know where Linton, Indiana is?
Oh yeah, I've been there.
That's where my friend lives.
Yeah.
Like I used to go to Terre Haute. I used to go to Terre Haute and Bloomington a lot.
Now Terre Haute's a little more flat. All right.
Yeah.
Terre Haute is Terre Haute. A lot of people may not know this, but Terre Haute is French, and in French, terre is land. It's spelled Terre. It's terre, not Terry. And Haute is Haute. And Haute just means high. The French say it backwards from the English. Instead of saying high land, they said land high. And that's all Terre Haute means.
Mm-hmm.
land high, high land. It's on the highland side of the river. That's how that got its name. It was just a place where people met. And, but what can one say? It was, but there are some hills, but nothing like Bloomington or Park County. You got a few hills, but most of Terre Haute is flat, but it's up on the plateau, where it's on the higher side of the river. The other side is West Terre Haute, so it's misnamed because it's not highland at all. But Terre Haute is about 7 miles from Illinois. So it's on the west side of the state, and it's about a little over an hour southwest of Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
And the closest city to it of any size is Indianapolis. You can go an hour in any direction, and you won't hit a city as large as Terre Haute.
Oh, I know. It took me from Linton.
Indianapolis.
Yeah, from Linton and Larry, it took me roughly about an hour and maybe 15, 20 minutes to get to Terre Haute.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, you can go in any direction you want.
Yeah.
And because Evansville, which is larger than Terre Haute, is an hour and a half, 2 hours south.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I can't remember the name of that show that they had on TV where they were, it was Matthew Perry and a few others. And they were doing a game show, and they started making fun of Christians or something.
Mm-hmm.
And Terre Haute said, well, we're not going to show the show anymore. And they, on their show, because I was living out here, and on their show, they said, well, we'll just charge them a premium to come back because they're going to come back because we're so big and so good. And they did say, who's Terre Haute? What are they, 150th? Guess what? The Midwest shut them down. That show never made a second season.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wanted to show them in the Midwest. And it's like for Hee Haw, the East and the West Coast wanted to shut Hee Haw down. But everybody in the Midwest and the South and that area there loved the show. So it stayed on for 25 years, but they tried to get rid of it for about 20. But there were just too many people wanted to watch it. And,
Well, Hee Haw was very popular. I remember.
oh
that.
yeah, but it was not with the executives. Executives, they hated it. Some hick show making all that money.
I mean, my parents used to watch it, and then we got into watching it, and
Well, my father was a truck driver, like Sean.
and I remember my mom was into Lawrence Welk every week.
Oh yeah, Lawrence Welk. How about sing along with Mitch Miller?
Then you had
Oh, the bouncy ball.
Liberace had his show.
Yeah, Liberace.
Yeah.
But like I said, my dad was a truck driver, so when he came home, he got to watch the shows he wanted to watch. So Bonanza, Gunsmoke, he was into westerns. And hey, Eddie, good luck with Fortnite, buddy. Go win that game. And Eddie Jr. is leaving. He's going to go play Fortnite, so I wish him luck. But like I said, my father got me into westerns, and Dad would not let you watch sci-fi. I had to get into that when I got older. He wouldn't let me watch it as a kid. But
I'll be right back, Larry. All right.
All right, go ahead. Somebody else come up here and talk with me. Come on, Dad, Sammy. I need somebody up here. You mute your mic's mute, Dad. You got your mic mute. You need to unmute it. You don't need no coffee. Dan, you're muted. There you go.
Hey, Dave Aldon is in the house,
Is he?
Yeah, I had to go.
Deval.
Yeah.
How you doing, Deval? Deval, do you have the capability to come up?
What a surprise.
Sorry, brother. It was a CR run.
Oh, no.
Hey.
TMI, Robert.
You gotta go.
TMI.
You gotta go.
That's right.
I mean, that's just that simple.
Well, that blood pressure medicine that got me on, Larry, man, that stuff's got me running to the bathroom. I don't know how many times a day. It's crazy.
Well,
They want them to diuretic, is what it is.
I'm diabetic. I don't have to take the needle. I mean, in other words, I don't take a shot, but I have to take
Well,
medication.
I've got hypertension, and high blood pressure, so they got me on like
And,
4 different blood pressure medicines.
But anyway, when you're diabetic, if your sugar's high, one of the things that side result of that could be a lot of urination, and that's how you get rid of the sugar. So if my sugar's higher than than normal, I'll go a lot more. But I try to watch what I eat. I don't do a real good job a lot of times, but I try. And Triple L floor behind him is making me dizzy. What floor?
That's not his floor, that's his bed.
Yeah, Val. That if you're talking about the blue and white, that is a Afghan that my mother knitted for me about 30, somewhere around 30, 32 years ago. And back when she was still in her 60s. And my mom used to knit a lot. And she's still alive. She's 96. But my mom made that for me. I don't use it, break it out too often, but I put it out. And instead of just showing it, I usually just sleep
You
under
can
a
dance
sheet.
on it.
Yeah. I used to sleep under, and I would pull that up where my feet would be out because I don't like anything heavy on my feet. And now I just pretty much sleep under a sheet. And even then, sometimes a lot of times I'll pull the sheet off my feet unless it's really cold.
Yeah, I'm saying, well, I usually end up kicking it off in the middle of the night.
Melanie.
Melanie, how you doing?
How you doing, Melanie?
Well, is it nobody allowed in, or is it just nobody wants to come up? Melanie,
No, all they got to do is hit the link, Larry, and they can come up.
Melanie, I have a link on top.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that's
pinned
on
up
your
there, so
phone?
they can see the link.
I can't see it in my chat here, but I can on my phone.
Yeah, I see it on the chat. I see it on the very
Yeah,
top.
but
The
you're on
StreamYard
your
link.
phone, right?
Yeah.
So I'm in the studio. I got the control of the studio, and I can't see it, but I can see it on my phone. It's at the top of the chat.
Yeah, but it's at the very top of the chat. They can see it.
Yeah. It's Lazy Larry Lee. It's got my StreamYard.
Mel's been over at the house already a couple times, I think.
Yeah, that's what you
Yeah.
said on your last live. I think it was your
Yeah,
last
I
live
think
stream you mentioned it.
she knows how to throw back 40s.
That's what we're talking about. Now, Melanie, if you want, you can come up.
Yeah, sure. Show your face.
Come on
Show
up,
your
Mel.
face, Mel.
Yeah, I
Everybody knows what you
just
look
noticed
like
that.
anyway.
I just noticed that, Larry.
What's that?
Your little Christmas tree back there.
That's
Yeah,
there every
he's
time I
halfway
go live,
Latino.
buddy.
Well,
He's
I've
halfway
never noticed it
Latino.
before. And what made me notice it was the star on top.
Yeah. Well, that was a gift from a girl I knew up in Leroy, which is where I lived when I was working at Delphi. It's between Rochester and listen to me, Batavia. I worked in West Henrietta. I moved to Leroy because it was about halfway between work and where my oldest sister's family was at. So, because I did live in Avon when I told you I lived with that gay man. I lived in Avon, but it was like, it was real close to work, maybe 10 minutes, 12 minutes. But it was about 40 minutes to my sister's. So once I got my financial situation, I'd rather be closer to my family and have a little bit longer drive, to work. It wasn't a whole lot longer. Actually, it was about double the distance. It took me about 20 minutes instead of 10. But it only took me like 17 minutes to my sister's, And so I'd just soon be there because I got two nephews. They're both grown. My oldest nephew is 53. My youngest nephew's 50. My oldest nephew was born the day they landed on the moon. So, yeah.
I got to remember when I was in my elementary school, they bring the TV in the classroom to show the moon landings.
I was in junior high school.
Yeah.
Maybe I might have been high school. Might have been freshman year. But back then, my freshman year, we went to a junior high.
Yeah.
And I was 15 going on 16 when he was born. And then his younger brother, Tim, who's at 50, came home from the Navy from boot camp. I was home for a couple of weeks, left, and right after I left, he was born. He was 2 weeks. Both of them were about 2 weeks late. He was due the day when I was home, but they lived up in Fort Wayne, Indiana, at that time. This is my older sister. They live out in New York now, and in a little place called Elba, ELBA, and her husband John was a electrical engineer. You guys might be old enough to remember the Sylvania Superset TV. He's the one that designed it. And,
Sylvania, you said?
Yeah, he worked at Sylvania and when I was in Batavia. He designed the Superset when he was working for Sylvania. And then they went out of, I don't know if they sold out or they shut that part down or went out of, they were shutting down that building where that plant that he was working at. Whether because, they were bought out by somebody else. I don't know the story.
Yeah, I know that at the very end that RCA was the very last American-owned company that finally sold out.
Yeah, but anyway, when they sold out, or when they closed down, he went to work for Eastman Kodak, designing. They got that one big printer that you take your pictures in, and you can have your pictures printed out. He helped design that.
Oh, wow.
He worked on. They did even. Hey, Cal King, how you doing? He even got sent to Germany and England and all these things to set those things up for other places. And if it was outside the school year, my oldest sister, my oldest one, she'd go with him because they go to England. Well, the hotel room's already paid for because he had a room to himself every time he went somewhere.
Yeah.
So if she could, she would go. They just paid for her plane ticket there and back. And when he had free time, they'd go do things. And when he didn't, she went and did things on her own. So she got to see a lot of Europe. And which I'm glad she did. She enjoyed herself. My oldest sister was a school teacher. She started off originally teaching grade school, and she worked at a cafeteria style restaurant called MCI or MCL, something like that. And that's how she met her husband working there. And then she continued teaching until after she had the kids. And then she stayed home until both the boys were in school. And then she started doing just substituting. Because that way, if they were off from school, she was home. If they got sick, she didn't take a job, so like I'm staying home. And so, she was always home for the boys, no matter what. And then when they both the oldest boy went to college. That might have been the youngest one might have been a senior in high school. But I know at one time, I think all three of them were in college. She went back and got her master's in education. And what do they call it, secondary or whatever, junior high and high school. She got her degree for teaching that. And so she did that until she retired. She substitute teach mostly. She worked in the prison system here in New York as a female prison as a teacher. For out here, they have what they call BOSI. It's a technical training, and then like if you want to go get your high school diploma and you're an adult, you can go do that kind of stuff. And she worked in the state, like I said, for the state, but through BOSI as a teacher for women's prison. And she loved that. But BOSI lost the contract, so she went and taught GED on TV and substitute teach until she retired. And she retired when she hit about 59, 60. Her husband retired at 59 or 58 because he got laid off, and he spread his money up because they bought, being an engineer, they gave him a year's worth of pay because he'd been with them for so long as a severance pay. He took less money per month so he could make it stretch longer. And they had a couple of months till they hit 62. By that time, the house was paid off. So then they got their Social Security, and they've been doing fairly well since. But they set that up. They had their house built, and like I said, they're both intelligent people, and they looked at the house and said, "Well, we're going to have just one income because of the boys for a while, and we're going to set it up so Wanda never has to work unless she wants to." And I think they even set it up to where if he got unemployment, he could still make the payments. So it means you take longer to pay it off, but in the end, it turned out to be a smart thing because their payments, they made extra on their payments when they could, but it let it get paid off. And it was set to be paid off by the time they retired, and it was. But come now, somebody come up. I mean, I'm the only one talking.
We got Mel is hanging around. Callie King from Sacramento, California.
You got a bunch of people
Very
hanging out.
intelligent and bright, beautiful.
Like,
Crystal's
Melody-
Adventures in the
yeah,
house.
like I said,
Let's
we got
see.
Luis, we got Melanie, we got Cal King. We did have the what was it? Everyman's Got a Story. We got Deval. Oh, Crystal Adventures here. Come on, Crystal, you come up.
Crystal, you got time? Come on up.
Yeah. The link's up there at the top. Just go up there, click on it. I think I could have 6 people up, counting myself. And what we're doing, just to let you guys know, in case you came in late, when you come up, we want you to introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from and what your channel's about. So somebody can make a decision that maybe they want to watch your channel. We're going to do this every time I do a live stream. We'll do this. I want people to come up, and I can only have somebody up at a time, but you come up, you introduce yourself, tell us where you live or what you're doing, what you do, how your channel is, and what it's about. And then some of the other people in the chat may say, "Hey, that sounds interesting," and they can join your channel. I'm not asking anybody to join my channel to do this. I mean, it'd be great if you did, but you don't have to. I just want you to be someone we can trust to come up and talk to us. So you really got to be somebody we know. Among us, I have a couple of monitors right now. That's all I have. And if the monitors tell me not to let somebody up because nobody knows them, that's one thing. Otherwise, I don't mind. I mean, I don't know. I know of Cal King, but I don't know him. I don't know of Everyman. So, I mean, but everybody here seems to know him. So come on up if you want.
I mean, generally, kind of the rule of thumb, Larry, and unless they're going to start trouble,
like I said,
yeah, I mean, then that's when you deal with it. But
I'm going to take my
troublemaker in the
headphones off
chat.
for a moment because I want to move that bed spray. Listen to the Afghan, because Deval Don said it was making him dizzy, so I'll move it so hopefully it won't bother him. I'll be right back.
Dance on it. Wrap yourself up in it. I like it. There's an echo somewhere, Jerry is saying. I think it was my bad a couple of minutes ago, but I fixed that, or I should have fixed that. Maybe it's Sammy putting on her makeup.
No, mute because my nephew is here. My 4-year-old.
Oh, your nephew's here.
Choi Choi is playing his game.
Tell Troy to say hi.
That's what we're hearing.
Chuchu is there. Look
He's
at
playing.
him.
Hi, Choi.
He's playing his game.
Hi, Choi.
he's
How you doing?
Hi, Choi Choi.
Robert, bring up your picture and show him, wave it at him.
Hey, Choi Choi.
Hi, Kuno. Hello. Missing again. My God. Sorry for that, guys.
Like I said, I'm looking for some other people to come up here.
Ebony is here.
Hi, Ate El.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Like I said, anybody that wants to come up, click on my link. If I can get you into the stream, we'll get you into the stream. What I want you to do is introduce yourself. Tell us about your channel, where you're from. And that way, if people find what you're doing interesting, they can join your channel. And we're just trying to, get together and try to help each other out if possible. And, spread the love, as Robert would say.
Positivity and love to all.
Yeah.
Or as Sammy would say, spread the love, not your legs.
There you go.
Yeah, spread the love, not the legs.
That's right.
Oh my God, Kuya
Is
Dan.
that better?
Yeah,
Melanie, is that better? Can you see everybody better that way?
Oh yeah, yeah. You switched it around a little bit.
Yeah, I did. I switched it a little bit.
Oh my goodness
Melanie
gracious.
said she couldn't see the names.
Oh, okay.
So I thought, well, let's do this. And like I said, I just want to spread the love, have some fun, and talk. Like I said, I enjoy talking. So, and I'm sorry, people. Right now, I don't have a Nightbot set up. That's something I'm going to have Sammy help me. We'll get a Nightbot set up. Hello, VCJN channel.
yeah, next time.
And we're going to try to get that set up. We'll decide what we want to have you type. And then you'll just
BCGN, Miguel shout out.
Hello, BCGN or JN. Sorry.
CGJN. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dropping all your link, guys.
All right. We appreciate that, Sammy. Like I said, right now, the only monitors I have are Sammy and Dan. I will add more later. There's a good chance Robert will be one. Let me see something here.
I asked my nephew to lower down his volume, Kuya Dan, what is that, Kuya Dan?
Is that you, Dan?
Yeah, I'm just humming to myself.
Yeah. I feel
I'm just
honored.
noticing-
I mean, my birthday stream, I feel honored that you sang at my stream. You said this would be the only time anybody will ever hear me sing on you.
Well, I
Boy.
wasn't singing, I was humming it. And also,
Yeah.
look at this. Look
That
at the
time,
reflection.
Kuya Dan, long time that he come to my channel and then he come
Wow.
up. He can sing.
Oh my
Only-
goodness gracious.
I felt honored that he did. You said
The
it's the
challenge.
first and the last time I ever do it.
That
All right, people.
challenge.
There's the thing again.
Yeah, StreamYard link. Wow, you know how to do it now again and again.
Well,
Awesome.
I try to remember what you told me. It took me a second, but I got it.
Hi, Mal.
Well, VC, what I really want is somebody to come up
Mm-hmm.
and introduce themselves. Tell
Bill
us what
him.
your channel's about. And so that way, if people are interested in what you do, they can join your channel. I want to try to do this as a way of expanding our viewership, in that we are introducing ourselves to other people that maybe we don't know. Hello, Yami. Come on up if you want. But this way we could do something and maybe help each other. Now, views, that's what I'll get. If I get more subscribers, I get more. If I don't, I don't. Like I told Dan and the other people in the chat earlier, I'm not doing this for the money. Now, don't get me wrong. If I make some, I'm going to love every bit of it. But I'm doing it because when I retire, I want something to do that I'll enjoy. I enjoy talking.
Mm-hmm.
Sammy and Dan and Robert can all tell you that.
Guys, please, if you have a YouTube community already, please share the lives and thank you so much.
And so I'm just trying to expand our community. Now I'm going to tell y'all something. I came up with a new Facebook, so if anybody wants to join it, they can. It's just Lazy Larry Lee.
Oh my God, Kuya. You joined my Facebook group. Kuya Danny wasn't accept that. Kuya Dan.
What? What happened?
I invite you to my new Facebook group that I made.
Yeah. What's that about?
It's all about helping each other. You can drop your
Oh,
All right, no, I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but we'll be here as long as people want to talk. I like to talk. So, I
yeah.
do
That's
enjoy
probably
that.
because I'm not in Facebook very often, but so if you see me in there, I'm just like, I'm fingering it. Do you know what that is,
Yeah.
Sammy? I'm just fingering it, you know?
No, don't.
TMI, brother, TMI.
Oh, I mean, I just go in there and I tickle the Facebook page. Hey,
Well, like I said,
did you guys get this typhoon warning? Did you guys get these signal 1 or signal 2 warning and the typhoon just came over the phone?
like I said, my new Facebook page is just Lazy Larry Lee. No space, just space like it is on my YouTube channel. Exact
That's
same name. Anybody that wants to join, I've kind of created this more for the YouTube people because I have a couple other that I have my family and other people in. One is my family and some people I work with, and another is mostly people I work with. Because we all have a different interest, and actually the reason why I created a second Facebook page originally was because I couldn't remember the password to my desktop Facebook. So I came up with one for my phone.
Yeah,
And
Facebook does make it almost impossible to recover your password.
Well, I couldn't remember the password, and I wanted to get on Facebook and do something, so I created a new one. And
You can easily to recover it if you add your email address or phone number.
Yeah.
Only you need to
We
do
were-
for password, and then YouTube will going to send you a code there in your phone, your phone number or email, so you
I
can
think-
change.
I was gonna say I think the one I never put a phone number on, so that was kind.
Well, they do that now. You can recover it with a phone number now.
Yeah.
But
But back in the day, they didn't have that. You weren't recovering; it was lost.
take
I need
care,
a recovery program.
Ivani. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, Ivani. It looks like you're leaving, so take care, stay safe, be healthy, and as always, try to have fun.
Have a great night or day.
For Ivana, it would be a day. She's in the
Well, have a
Philippines.
great day.
She's in the Philippines. So's Yami.
Ebony and Ivory. Oh, I sang.
There you go.
Robert.
There you
sing, Dan.
Oh my goodness.
JC, VCJ channel, you going to come up? If you are, come on up. We'll see if we can get you in here. I don't know if my voice is that nice. I mean, I have a decent talking voice, but I can't sing worth a lick.
I have told Larry that his claim to fame, whether he wants it or not, is his voice.
Well, like I said, I will admit, I have a decent talking voice.
Yeah. Burr Lives. You're the new Burr Lives.
The Burl Eyes can sing. I can't sing a lick. Everybody wants me to sing solo.
Yeah.
They can't hear me.
Well, I did it on first time on Sammy's stream, but I know I can't sing. It's all about having fun for me.
Now, Robert, I sang a happy birthday to Sammy.
Yeah.
It's one of my short videos.
Thank you.
I had a follower named Raymond. He asked me if I'd sing happy birthday to him. And this is when I was fairly new. And so I told him, I said, I really don't do this, but I will because you're the first one to ask me to do it. So I sang happy birthday to Raymond. And he suggested a couple of videos that I've done.
I think, Larry, I think that you should make a Christmas album.
Oh,
Yeah.
Silent
Ho, ho, ho.
night,
Take care.
moon is bright.
I'm dreaming of a
Of a
white
white
Christmas.
Christmas, just like the ones I used to have.
There you go. You got it.
God.
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
Holy night.
Uh,
You're so
silent night.
Oh, there goes
Hey,
Dan.
Jerry, you take care, man. I'm glad you made it. Like I said,
Oh, my
I'm sorry.
goodness.
Now, Jerry does live streams as well, but the problem with Jerry is he doesn't announce them in advance. He just decides to do when he does one, which they're good. I've watched them all afterwards
Yeah.
because, like I said, I like live streams. It turned out more than I thought I would. Hey, JLB, is that conspiracies? How you
Oh,
doing,
the conspiracy theorist is here.
man? Yeah.
Hey,
But,
Joe, JLB.
Shout out to you. Thank you so much for coming.
hopefully I'll catch one of your live streams sometime, Jerry. Take care, man. But so yeah.
And you know, I think the video that Jerry does, you know, where he puts the camera, the GoPro or whatever he's using underneath the train.
Oh yeah, I've told Jerry I love his undercarriage video.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's amazing, you know, but it also makes me dizzy and pass out. So I don't know.
Well, one of the first ones, if not his first undercarriage one,
Yeah.
it showed one of the spikes was loose. It kept, if you watch it, it kept coming up, like it was coming
I
up.
think I remember that. Yeah.
And yeah, it was. I really do like the undercarriage ones, and I've told Jerry that before. Now,
I'm just sitting there like this watching. My tongue is hanging out my mouth like this.
he
All
also
of a sudden,
have you
I
seen him
got
go through
dizzy and
Lawn
I
C
passed
Park?
out.
Have you seen him go through the Lawn C Park?
Uh,
That's the one where they got the water and it's in different colors.
yeah.
I like those too. But yeah, he does. He goes down to Mexico, just south of the border, and he'll do a walk around down there and get his breakfast.
Yeah.
And he was down there on one of his videos, and there was a guy doing the painting, and he was using a trash bag painting. Oh God, it was gorgeous. The guy really was a very good artist.
What do you mean by
That's
trash
quite
bag? What do you mean by trash bag painting?
That's I say trash bag, but it's like a plastic bag of some type. He was
Uh-huh.
getting and doing the painting with it instead of brushes.
Oh wow,
Yeah, it's very interesting.
that does sound cool.
Yeah, and the guy you see him paint it, and then you see the end result. And it
Yeah,
actually,
The only thing is, you know, is that you know, Tex-Mex food. You know, Jerry. I have no experience with it, you know, but I saw somebody comment one time that our food in Southern California is way better than Tex-Mex, and I'm not sure about that because I've never tried Tex-Mex. You know,
well,
I'm not even sure what it is.
I'm going to tell you the truth now. When I was
Yeah.
in Southern California, that's the
Yeah.
Mexican food I've had, but I've not had it in Texas.
Well, someone that lives in Texas is going to tell you that ain't real Mexican food.
Well, no, I went. The restaurants I went to were run by Mexicans from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time I had, I was a little like almost like the size of a sari store for those that know about the Philippines. But it was a place selling burritos and stuff, and I'd never had it before, so I didn't buy but one. And a friend of mine that was with me said, "Now, make sure that's all you want because we're not coming back." Because we were walking. And after we
Well-
walked away, I ate that. And I was like, man, this is good. He said, I told you to get more and more.
You know what helped me understand the difference in the food is by learning a little bit of the history. And
Hey,
you know,
Tim, how you doing? Tim Dizak's here.
Hey
Tim,
Tim.
come up here, old man.
Yeah, Tim, come on up. Come on up.
Speaking of
How you
Mexican food, Tim and I had breakfast at Tequila Reef when I was in town there in Angeles City. We had a great time.
Yeah. Now, what I hear in the Philippines, it's hard to find really good Mexican food. I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard that a lot in a lot of people.
Yeah, Cess talks about that, doesn't she?
Yeah, that and Chris talked about it.
Yeah.
Who else?
I'm keeping my mouth shut on that subject.
Uh,
I'm not
Well,
so sure I agree with them, but
but you got to remember now, it might be just in their area because
yeah,
they say there's like one or two places that are good, but most of them aren't
yeah.
that good.
I mean, but I'll have to admit, I went into the mall the other day, and they had a little variation on Mexican tacos. I decided I would try it out, but
Tim
yeah,
responded to you,
know,
Dan.
yeah,
He
I saw that.
You're just gonna let it blow right past you, aren't you?
Said,
Anyway,
old
we went up
man,
there.
speak for yourself.
It's like a
I'm not
swarm
speaking
of
for
things.
anybody because I know I'm probably the oldest one in here,
Yeah.
unless Tim's
And
older than me. I'm 69.
anyway, I knew he'd
See,
say something to
Tim
me
says
about
there's
that.
very few good Mexican restaurants in Angeles City area.
Yeah. He
That's what
says
I'm
a
saying. I'm
few.
not saying you can't find them, but I hear it's really hard to find them.
Well, I just wonder if Tequila Reef is one of them. Hey, by the way, I know I've mentioned this before, but if you want to meet a whole bunch of, if you're starstruck and you want to meet a whole bunch of YouTubers, go hang out at Tequila Reef, on the corner there. Watch everybody wait in line to take their videos of the corner there, at Tequila Reef. It cracks me up. But if you want, you want to meet some,
If I ever make it to Angeles, I'll have to look
yeah,
Tim up and we'll have to go there.
yeah, you go there, you just hang around and set your
I'm
camera
going
up
to be
across
honest
the.
with you. I'm going to be honest with you. Nothing against Tim, but I would
Yeah.
be more likely to go to Bye Bye than Angeles. Okay.
Yeah, well, both places have their,
Well, Angeles, there's certain parts of it you hear about I want nothing to do with. Now the
yeah.
parts outside of it, I hear good things about.
Well, that's sort of the way Tim is. Tim is like, you want to go
He's
meet
outside.
where?
He's outside of it, which is good.
Yeah, yeah,
But it's like also like Subic City, Subic Bay.
yeah,
Along the pole. I don't think I'd go back. I mean, I was
yeah,
there in the Navy. I'm going to tell you the truth. From what I hear about the place, it's got a really good infrastructure. They actually have lights. But let's be honest about it. I'm a poor boy. It's not going to be cheap to live in those places.
yeah.
The ones that have the best infrastructures aren't going to be cheap.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, but in any event, things are getting way more expensive here,
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
including electricity. But my philosophy on the electricity thing is, I'm going to do what I can to mitigate it. Of course, if you watch Sammy's video, you saw that Sammy is working on solar, and I'm just not convinced 100% that solar is the way to go at this point. My first thought was, put solar in to mitigate the high cost of electricity, but I'm just not thoroughly convinced that that's the way to go.
Well, for me, though, let's be honest about it. It wouldn't be for me because I'm
Yeah,
not going to buy a house. I'm not going to live in. So if I don't own it, I'm not going to put in all that equipment.
sure.
All right. So I more likely will be an apartment dweller, just like I am here. Now, the thing is, you watch Steven from the Filipino Info Channel.
Right.
Now, the area he lives, even those apartments are getting more expensive, but you can still find them cheaper there than you can in some other cities.
Right.
So what you got to do is decide where you want to live and that you can afford it. The best place you can
No,
afford to live.
I agree with you. Yeah, I'm 100%. If I weren't married and my wife is, that's the mantra of the Filipina is house and lot, house and lot, house and lot.
That's fine. I mean, if
You
I
can't
was
escape
married,
it. You cannot escape it.
if I was married and she really wanted a house and we can afford it,
Yeah.
like I said, I'm a poor boy.
I'd rather rent though. I'm with you. I'd rather rent.
I would rather rent, but
Yeah.
let's be honest about it. If she really wanted a house and we could afford to build one and buy the property, and property is really getting expensive too, from everything I hear, I'd be willing to do it because let's be honest about it. I'd be more worried about leaving her better set up than myself.
Hey, in the chat, they're saying Laguna is the best Mexican food in the world here. So you see, I think there's good food to be found in the Philippines.
I'm not saying there's not good food. It's just
Yeah.
where in your area, what's the best? You know,
Right.
they may
right.
not have very good Mexican food in one area, but another area that may be the only thing that's really good that's Western. You know, because Mexico is Western compared to the Philippines. And another place, the Italian may be really good, and like I said, the next place it may suck. A lot of times it's got to do with the ingredients. Are they
I
using
think
real
things have
cheese?
changed because you're starting to see a few Mexican heritage folks show up here in the Philippines. Before it was just Western European dudes, and now I see people from all over the world showing up.
Yeah.
That's just my experience from the last 20 years of coming here.
Well, let's be honest about it. For the Western world, it's going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, well, that's how I feel about it.
You know,
Sometimes I feel alone, though, Larry.
Yeah.
Sometimes
like
I
I
feel
said,
all alone.
you know, I was in the Navy. I'm a proud former sailor. I don't like the word X. I got a T-shirt that says, "Once it's earned, it's yours forever. Nobody can take it away." So I'm a former sailor, and that's what it says about being a sailor. And I love the way the Marines always been that way. They've always said former Marine. But the way these people, we won't get on the military, but that like I said, that's a sore subject with me. I mean,
Hey,
they've
even
gone to
the
hell in a handbasket, and it's all because the upper echelons want to be idiots.
yeah,
And Robert
Perhaps.
can probably tell you more about that than I can.
What's that, Larry?
About the idiots up above you in the
Yeah,
military.
yeah. I mean, I had a Lieutenant JG that was a real pain in the butt to me.
Oh yeah, you get one that's a real pain, and it just.
I mean, he was just totally disrespectful, and I just didn't see any
I've had some
sense
good
in the way that
officers.
he acted toward people. You know.
Yeah, like I said, I've had some good officers, and I've had some really bad ones.
Yeah,
And it's
this
all
guy
in
was.
it's all in their attitude. Some of these officers think
Yeah.
if you're enlisted, you don't know squat, you're not worth a damn.
Yeah, this guy here was just totally disrespectful to anyone under him, and it's
As I
just.
said, I mean, they and there's others that especially I like the black shoe officer. A black shoe officer was an enlisted man that worked his way up and became an officer. Some of them, I've even had some of those that were jerks, but I've had some really good ones that were black shoes that worked their way up. And because they understand, hey, look, some of these guys down here are just as smart, if not smarter than some of the guys up here, because they were once down there, so they know that's a fact. But come on, nobody wants to come up and talk to us. Hey, well, now, where's everybody at? No, everybody. Good day, lazy. How you doing, half wet? Are you having a good day, sir?
Oh, halfwit. Yeah, halfwit's in there. Hi, halfwit.
Yeah, he just came in. Half wet just came in. So
We see Jolly B. Are you having power fluctuations, Dan? Because I noticed your
Yeah, I
camera
think
kind of
so.
your camera's
I
kind of
think-
like blip 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 sometimes.
I've seen that. Yeah, and yeah, we've had a couple of brownouts. We had one last night. We had one this morning, and so the power does fluctuate here quite a bit in the Philippines. It's up and down. So I've been watching it to see what's going on with it.
Well, I've been kind of going on Google and found where that typhoon is, and it seems like right now it's just a lot of rain bands.
Mm-hmm. And you guys know I got a big mess here at the house. I got opened trenches and things like that.
You got Admiral Minnie on that. She will take care of that. I'm going to say Admiral because I was Navy, not General. Admiral Minnie is on that, getting that stuff sorted out and situated so they can be handed out. That's what you're talking about, right? That stuff?
Yeah.
I had my coffee this morning. I don't. So no coffee now, just my Coke Zero.
Oh, Minnie just
that's
Minnie
probably
just
more.
brought me a plate of tocino.
Oh, that was nice of her.
Look, delicious.
I'm trying to remember who it was. Somebody was saying that they had never had the chicken intestines before. And they
Haven't tried it yet.
Well, somebody, I can't remember who it was. It was one of the vloggers. And it was spicy, I guess. And he tried. Oh, it might have been Kevin, not Kevin, Brent from Beekeeper in Paradise. Might have been him. I was watching one of his videos. And he said something about it being spicy, and he actually liked it. He wasn't sure if he would, but it was spicy, and he did enjoy it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Brent. Now Brent, he lives in Bye Bye. I keep wanting to say baby. I know it's not baby, so I have to stop myself. Bye Bye. He lives there in Bye Bye. I think you said you spotted his house. And
Yeah, I plan on trying it, but I'm assimilating very, very slowly when it comes to the food.
Well, him and his daughter is there. His wife went back to Indiana. She's still working, I guess. So they came there together, all three of them. And she was on vacation. Now he's there. He's going to do beekeeping in the Philippines in Baybay. Not Baby.
Bye.
I told you.
Hey, Larry, I went by his house the other day.
Yeah.
I just passed by it by accident.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I find it interesting. He's got this older guy, probably about my age, maybe younger, probably close to your age, between us, somewhere around us, older Filipino guy. And he says he just outworks. Brent says he just outworks him, man. He says the guy puts him to shame. And he says these Filipino, they're really hard workers. And the guy came by and he saw that Brent was doing something, so he just started helping him. And he's been there each day helping him. So he, pays him a little bit. And he had some cookies with him that somebody baked, and he gave it to the guy, and the guy took it home to his family. But he also, I think, gives him monetary as well, which he should. I mean, that's the way I look at it. If a guy's helping you out, let's be honest about it. Everybody can use a little extra money. I could use extra money, but I've told you before, I'm still in debt, but I'm trying to work my way out of it. And otherwise, if I wasn't, I'd be saving money up and getting ready to tell them all to kiss my backside. But I'm not going to do that till my mom's still alive. She's 96. But I may be stuck here the rest of my life. I don't know, because by the time she passes, I may not be healthy enough to go somewhere else. But I'll damn sure try to at least quit working. And I did find out that on Social Security, I can even get them to pay my my rent here in New York.
Wow.
Now, I don't know how much money you got allowed coming in, because I didn't look into it, because I'm still working full time. And I don't want them telling me I can't work. Not yet. So like I said, if the worst comes to worse, I'll find out. If they can pay my rent, my utilities, I'll be in good shape. But as long as they pay my rent, that's a big chunk of change.
Well, with me right now, Larry, that's what's going on with me. Is my rent gets paid by the county.
Yeah, like I said,
and
there's a guy that moved into my apartment complex, and I just happened to be down there picking up a package that was delivered for me. You have to go to the office to get the packages, and he was talking to her about this lady, wanting to make sure that everything was set up so they would get the money. And I said, "Oh, you got somebody?" And he says, "Yeah." He says, "On Social Security, they'll pay your rent. If you're getting," I said, "Well, I'm getting Social Security." He says, "They'll pay your rent." I said, "Well, I don't want to limit myself on what I can make. And then also, I'm worried about if they're paying your rent, how much money can you save? Those are things you got to look at. I mean, it would be nice to have them pay my rent, but if they're going to tell me, well, you can't make what this amount of money and I'm giving up more money than they're giving me. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
And then if they tell me, oh, well, yeah, we'll do this, but you can't have more than this much money in the bank, I'm not so sure I'm happy with that either.
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
Oh, you know, hey, speaking of Social Security, I made a slight miscalculation on my income.
You got more or less?
Less. You know, they ended up sending me a letter saying I've been overpaid.
That sucks.
Oh man.
Excuse my language, but
And so I got to pay it all back.
I'm
Or
sorry
no,
to hear that.
what they said was we're going to take it back.
Yeah, what they'll do is they'll take it back, and they just won't give you that until they may give you a little bit, but
Yeah.
it won't be as much, and they'll take it back. Because see, I
No,
thought about
they-
retiring early. I thought about retiring at 65. All right, that's because my retirement age is 67. So I thought about going at 65. They said, well, you can retire at 65, no problem. But how much money do you make? So I told them, I said, well, can't pay you till you pay us. I can't remember, but basically break it down is I was going to have to wait 5.5 months to 6 months before they'd give me any money.
Yeah.
And it's like, then if I made less than I predicted, they'd pay me the difference. And if I made
Right.
more, I had to give them
Right.
some more money. And if I waited, I think it was a year and a half or whatever it was, I could make all I wanted and it wouldn't affect it. But I wait until the legal age so I said, keep it. I'm not retiring. I'm not taking my Social Security. I was going to take it to help pay off some bills quicker.
Wow, that fluctuation in my cameras for electricity, I'm not sure exactly what's causing that.
Well, it's just a flicker, to tell you the truth, Dan.
It's just flickering is what it's doing.
It's not all the time. It just flickers and comes right back.
It's annoying the hell out of me.
Well, sorry about that. And,
That happened a couple of times when you were still in California. Your camera was doing that.
Yeah, really. I feel like the government is trying to, trying to make me have a seizure or something.
Well, I was wondering what was going wrong with my end earlier, and it was me that was the problem.
Well, I thought I'd gone deaf, Larry. I was going. I see his mouth move, but I can't hear him.
I had the speaker plugged in, but it was turned off because I was going to use my headphones. I forgot to switch them, and then so I couldn't hear anybody. And then I had my mic muted and didn't realize it. So I was having all kinds of trouble. Hey, like I said, it's my first live stream that I'm doing, and so I got to do more than what I'm used to. And,
You're doing great.
But like I said, we'll get it figured out. Like I said, with Sammy and you guys, I'll get the net box fixed up for next time we do this. And I'll just let everybody know right now, I'm going to do it again next week, same time, same bat station. For those of you who are older that knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, one thing I got to tell you, I got to share something with you. Tim probably knows about this. So the one thing I wasn't prepared for, right, was now we're in a tropical climate.
Yeah.
So Tim was mentioning there's a typhoon on the way in between Angeles City and Manila. Well, but when it rains here, here's what happens, right? It doesn't rain for a very long period of time. But when it does rain, it's torrential downpour. I mean, it's like if you were to go out into the rain, well, it's raining, right? Well, the clouds are passing over. It's like getting hit with concrete being dropped from a 747. I mean, you go out there and you're like, even if you have an umbrella, right? It's just like a waterfall pouring down on you. And so that's something that I haven't gotten quite used to. I love the rain, but I haven't gotten used to getting slammed by a river every time I go out into the rain.
When I was in the Navy there in Subic Bay in Longapo, when it was raining really hard, there'd be people at the end of the base where you would walk out into Longapo with umbrellas. and you pay them a peso or 50 centavos, or because peso back then was a lot of money. So we only got like 9 pesos to a dollar back then. Okay, and so you paid a peso at the most, maybe 50 centavos, and they'd walk along holding the umbrella over you. And but even then, you got wet. I mean, really, the only thing it did, it kept your hair dry, maybe. But I tried wearing a jacket, and if you did that, because of humidity, you just felt really sticky. And it's like, well, I'd rather get wet because it felt better than being, all sweaty. And so if I either got an umbrella, I had paid somebody to walk along with an umbrella, or I just got wet. I didn't care. To me, that was much better than trying to wear a jacket or something to stay dry. And like you said, the rainy season can be a real bear. But it's probably the same way down south, when the hurricanes and typhoons come through down there. We occasionally get a really good downpour. I was still working in Terre Haute at this one place. We got the equivalent of, what was it, 9 inches of rain in 15 minutes. And
Holy
oh yeah,
cow. That's
and
insane. I
oh
would
yeah,
start building an ark.
and we had the cars were out in the parking lot, and the water was up to the bottom of their frames. And that was only 9 minutes worth. 10 minutes, 15 minutes worth of rain. It was up, and there was drains out in that parking lot, but it filled up so it rained so hard that in 15 minutes it was up to the bottom of the frame of the cars, which is a good 6-7 inches up, And my gatehouse, guardhouse, it wasn't a gate. Yeah, it was a gatehouse. Had about a what was it, about an 8 or 9 inch step up, you know, and it was almost up to the bottom of that step, not quite. And I had to go out and get in the truck, so I took my shoes off, my socks off, rolled my pant legs up, stepped out in the water, and just waited till the truck and got in to keep my clothes dry. I mean, it came down like crazy. That's probably the worst I've ever seen. And that was in Indiana. I've seen it where it's raining so hard, and it's been in more places than just Indiana. I've seen this. When you're driving, you can't see 10, 15 feet in front of you because it's
Wow.
raining so hard. So what we would do then, if I'm on a highway, you find some place where you can pull over safely. Like I pulled into truck stops and just sat there and waited till it cleared up. It's
Well, it sounds to me like you've already had your training for moving here to the Philippines.
I'm going to tell you one thing, and I'm going to tell you one thing right now. If I
Yeah.
ever do move there, I'm not driving in that rain. I'm not doing it.
I'm never driving here.
I,
I'm never doing it.
the only
Never.
thing I would ever drive in the Philippines right now would be like one of those tuk-tuks.
Well, see, I'm looking at one right now, but I'm not driving it. I'm looking to buy. I went down to the dealership, take a look at one of those, and I like them. I really like them, but I'm not driving it.
Well, like I said, that'd be about and it would depend. If I lived in a large city, there's no way I'm driving it.
Yeah.
You know, it'd have to be a scooter if I'm in a large city, and I don't know if I'd want a scooter in a large city.
Well, I tried that one time in Chiang Mai, and that was, oh my goodness, it was
Well, see,
dangerous.
I used to ride a bike. I used to ride a 750. And
Wow, that's a lot of power.
yeah, I even wrecked that sucker. I got a scar on my chest from it, and I got a bike fixed up and rode it for another 4 or 5 years. But I would never get anything that big in the Philippines. It'd probably be about a 250.
Sammy,
Only because I'm so big. Sammy, welcome back. How's Choi Choi? Hi, Choi Choi. He's waving his foot. But like I said, it would be a small bike or a large scooter.
Hey.
And I'm not even sure I'd want one of those in a city.
Is there romance going on between Yami and Halfwit? Oh, sorry.
Hey, Halfwit, you take care, man. He says, good day, Robert. I got the track running. It's parked out front. So, Robert's got his mic turned off. They're half-wit, so we want to wish
How
you a
much
good day.
How much is 250K, Tim? At 58 to 1.
200 what?
250,000 at 58.
250,000.
No, it wasn't that much money, Tim. It wasn't 4,300. It was more like 3,100.
This says 4310.
Yeah. No, they were talking 3,200, 3,300, something like that.
Let's go 3,300
Yeah.
and multiply that by 58.
Uh-huh.
So you're looking at 191,400 pesos about.
Mhm. I think he's asking is I think Tim built a custom one. It's a beautiful bike.
Well, like I said, if I lived in maybe in Bye, or let's say Valencia, or Tres Martinez, or wherever that is that Steven's at, one of those smaller towns or smaller cities, I might be willing to ride a bike.
Oh, halfway is
Right.
married. I didn't know that. I would have known it if I spent enough time in your channel. I'm sorry about that, halfwit.
But
Yeah, I think Halfwit showed me the trike one time, but it was dark.
But like I said, if I'm in a city anywhere like Cebu or anything like that, there's no way in heck I'm riding a bike or anything. I'll either walk or take a taxi or a jeepney or one of those beat buses.
Yeah,
Probably a
I
beat
don't
bus,
even
but
I don't even ride. I don't even ride motorcycles anymore, Larry, because the area I live in, they're so crazy around here. It ain't funny.
I haven't rode a bike in years. I'm going to
Okay.
tell you the truth. I haven't. It's probably been almost 30 years since I rode a bike. And
Sammy, how many close calls have you had on your motor? On your new motor?
What,
How
Kuya?
many close calls have you had? How many accidents have you almost had on your bike?
What do you
On
mean?
your scooter? On your scooter?
how many times has somebody almost caused you to wreck?
Only one time.
One time so far.
Yeah, it's because he's so, what do you call this one? He's so crazy because he wasn't do signal light, and then I am driving that time, and then my speed is around 90, and then I have with my mom in my back, and then I shouted him because you're so crazy, you're adult, and then you don't know how to
Hey,
use
Deborah.
brand new, and then you don't know how to use your signal light. My God.
Yeah, they do that here too, Sammy. They're crazy.
Yeah,
There you go.
signal light, if they turn directly like that, my God.
Now,
Crazy
Dan,
drivers all over the world.
Dan, have you ever ridden a bike?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then you probably know. I know Robert knows. Most motorcycle wrecks are caused by cars.
Yeah.
Well,
Four-wheel vehicles, cars,
Yeah.
in other words, are more
Yeah.
dangerous to a bike than the bike itself.
Because they have no respect for anyone on a motorcycle.
Well, they don't care. I think
They don't
Some of them
care.
just don't care.
I had to lay my bike down, Larry, and that's the last time I rode.
I laid my bike down, rode it for another 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
But I was working at a gas station. I hadn't been out of the Navy long. And I had my back to it, so I didn't see it. And all of a sudden, I hear this crash, I turn around and look, and there's this guy flying about 10 feet above the ground. And he lands, and he's wearing a helmet. He's lucky because that's what saved his life. In Indiana, you don't have to wear a helmet.
Mm-hmm.
And so he came back a couple of weeks later and got a cast on his arm and stuff. He asked if I saw what happened. I said, well, I didn't see the wreck, but I did see you fly about 15, 20 feet, about 10 feet in the air. What happened was some older lady wasn't paying attention. She made a turn right in front of him. He buried his bike in the side of her car. And
Oh, wow.
just flew right, he flew right over. Now, it was a speed limit of about 40 miles an hour in that area. He might have been going a little faster. I don't know. But he had the right of way, and she made a left-hand turn right in front of him.
most common accident.
Wow.
And
The
so,
most
like I said,
common motorcycle accident yet.
Well, he's just lucky. He's lucky he's just a broken arm. Then.
Yeah.
he might have had some broken ribs or something, but all I saw was
I mean, the way I was taught, Larry, by my uncle, if I ever had to lay it down, was to try to get up on the bike
yeah,
and kind of ride it while it's sliding just before it hitches when you try to ditch off of it.
Yep. The kiss of death
And
happened.
and that's what I did. And thank God I had the leather, I had the gloves, and I didn't get the road rash. I didn't break anything. I was a little sore and bumped up, but
when I had my wreck, I wasn't wearing a helmet. I wasn't wearing a jacket. I wasn't wearing any leather of any kind. I was wearing blue jeans, and I was wearing a sleeveless shirt. When shirts got old, sometimes you start getting a hole in the elbow. I'd cut the sleeves off and wear them as sleeveless shirts. And I had my wreck. I went down loose gravel, split out from under me. And we did a dance. The road won, the bike came in second, and I lost. And it looked like I was going the other direction. Now, I don't remember the wreck itself. I just remember starting to go down, and then after the wreck's over, I don't remember hitting the ground at all. So I know what happened because, like I said, I remember going down thinking to myself, you know, you're going to lose this. You're going to wreck. And so I look around. And it's like, all right, I didn't see. I got scratches on my arms. That was it. So I stand up, and I'm still in shock because I don't feel any pain yet.
yeah.
And I
What's
thought,
all
well,
all the adrenaline was probably pumping through you is why you didn't feel it.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I better get the bike up and get down the road before the pain sets in so I can get some help. So I bent down to grab the bike, and back then I still smoked. My cigarettes fell out of my shirt pocket. And I bent down to pick up my cigarettes, and I saw blood dripping onto the pavement. And I'm thinking, I don't ever remember. I didn't see anything that bad. So I looked down, and my chest was laid open a little bit.
Ooh.
You know those spokes that the bolts that come off the back tire. One of them caught me, ripped me from here to here, about 4 or 5 inches long and about an inch deep or so. And so I knew that, you know, I wasn't going to ride that bike anywhere. So I went up to the farmer's house, and I got there, and the sign said, "Beware the dog." Well, by the time I got there, the shock had worn off, and I was starting to feel the pain. And it could have been a Chihuahua, and I wasn't going to fight that sucker off. Well, it was a German Shepherd, but I was lucky he was in the house. He was not outside. And so I started yelling for help. I was lucky the old lady was home because the old man was hard of hearing. He never would have heard me, but she heard me, so she came out, and I told her what happened. So they took the dog and put him in another room, and I go in and I tell her, well, you know, you better call an ambulance. You know, call the sheriff's department. I worked at the Indiana State University Police Department back then. I knew this is before we had 911, and I knew all the numbers. So I gave her the number. I said, call the sheriff's department. Tell them an ambulance is needed. You know, in other words, I'm not riding anywhere. So she called them, and I asked her to call Indiana State University Police Department and let them know that I was hurt and I wouldn't be into work that day. And they called my mom and my sisters and let them know that, you know, I'd been hurt because that's who my contact information was my mother. And so when I got to the hospital, they were there. But the doctor asked me, he says, do you know where I can get a good bike cheap? I said, no, doc, I don't. Of course, I wasn't quite that polite. I used some colorful Navy terminology. I'm sure you can understand what I'm saying. And he says, you mean you're going to ride that bike again? I said, doc, I've got hurt riding horses. I still ride horses when I get a chance. I said, I've wrecked bicycles and got hurt. I still ride a bicycle. I said, doc, when I was in the Navy crossing the street in Long Beach, California, I had a car run a red light and I got it ran over. I was in a hit and run. I said, I still cross streets. I said, if I quit doing everything I ever got hurt at, I wouldn't even get out of bed. So I said, you know, so that ended that conversation. But I had a bunch of gravel up my chest. I had to clean that all out. And they put a tube in my chest so they could drain the infection out. And that was in there for a couple of weeks. So for a while there, I had a really weird looking scar because of the tube. That's been so many years now. It's starting to clear up where it doesn't look. It's really hard to see now, but it's still visible. But yeah, I rode the same bike for about 4 or 5 years. And the amazing thing about it was the very next year, my insurance went down. And the reason for that is I had my younger brother on my motorcycle insurance. So if he wanted to take off and go out of state, he could, and he was covered. Because I told him, I said, you know, you can ride my bike whenever, if I'm not using it, you can ride my bike and you can go wherever you want. And so he hit the next age bracket and then more than offset my wreck. But it didn't surprise me. My insurance went down the very next year. And they paid out enough for my wreck that my insurance was actually free for about 4 or 5 years. So it didn't cost me anything when you consider the wreck I was in. So,
Yeah, I mean it. You
Well,
are right though.
all I had to pay was the first $50. Everything, I mean, medicine, the bike, everything else was covered after the first 50. I had full coverage and only $50 deductible. And so the ambulance ride, the anesthesia, the doctor, the emergency room, repairing the bike, the medication they gave me was $1 a pill, and I took, there was at least 30, if not 60 of those. So that was like 30 to 60 bucks. And all I paid was 50 for, you know, the deductible. So I had an excellent insurance, and I rode the same bike for another 4 years at least. And then I got rid of the bike, and I haven't rode a bike since. But it wasn't because of the wreck. It was like I have to choose between like I said, I've always been a poor boy, and I'm not ashamed of that. And it was like, well, yeah, I can afford a bike, but what kind of car am I going to have? What kind of bike am I going to have? I'd rather have a better car than have a bike and a car. I did have a chance to buy a good used Honda Goldwing, which I would have loved to have, but I decided I didn't want another bike. And
No, Goldwing's a big bike too. Wow.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, Goldwings is the first one to have a reverse.
Yeah, I had a Fat Boy. That's what I had to lay down.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you now the truth. If I was to get a bike over here, I would get a 3-wheeler, probably the Can-Am, which is the 2 wheels in front and the one in the back.
Oh yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's you'd have to learn how to ride it. Would ride a little different than a regular bike, but if you blow a tire, I think it'd be easier to control and less chance of going down. So
yeah, those are real popular around here.
There's some around here. Next year, I'm going up at Lake George, which is a big lake up here, where a lot of guys go take their boats up and they go boating for the weekend. And my friend's husband does that with his kids and his nephews as well. But they have a motorcycle rally up there every spring. And they had it before I started vlogging this year, or otherwise I would have vlogged it this year. But next year I plan on going up there, and they'll have Harley Davidson, Honda, all these people will be up there with their goods, and there'll be all kinds of bikes to show. So I thought I'll go up and show that one weekend. That'll be a vlog next year. Like I said, special events. That's something that interests me, and hopefully it'll interest some other people. And like I said, I'm going to do the cover bridges when I go home. They're going to be a bunch of short ones. Each cover bridge will be its own video. And so it depends on how many I go to. I think I've told you guys before, they have single spans, double spans, twin spans, and they got one that wasn't built till I want to say 2005 or 2006, and it's not used, but you can go out on it, and it was built towards the way it was built. And they had one there. It was 137 years old, and some young idiot, torched it. He was a pyro. He burned it. It was arson. And,
wow.
And the town's name is Bridgeton, and they wanted a bridge, so they bought all the material and had somebody build it. And that's all right, Dan. You go ahead and eat. Make us hungry.
Mommy, Mike is in the house. Excuse me, Mike.
Hey, Mike. How
Did you
doing,
change your
man?
channel name? That's a beautiful channel name. I love it.
Yeah, he changed it again. Mike married to a beautiful woman is still married to a Filipino. Hey, Mike.
That's fantastic.
Mike, come on up. Come on up. If you want, introduce yourself to everybody. But so, like I said, yeah, it's. I'm just looking at trying to do some things, and like I said, every week, Mike, I want to do a live stream like we're doing here, and have people come up. And when you come up, I want you to introduce yourself to the people that may not know you. Tell them what your channel's about. Yours is about being married to a beautiful woman, which is nothing wrong with that. And he lives in Ottawa, Canada, and he's planning on retiring, I believe, to the Philippines. And so he can come up anytime he wants, introduce himself, tell you what kind of videos he has. Like I said, anyone that wants to come up that's been here for a while is more than welcome to come up and introduce themselves. I think I can only have 6. Now, if I go the pro level where I pay for this, I can probably have up to 10 or 20. I don't know if we want that many people in the chat at one time, but Tim says Mike earned some brownie points by changing his name.
I don't have 20 friends, Larry.
Huh?
I don't have 20 friends.
Oh, you got more than 20 people to follow you. You got more than follow me. And Jerry, I don't know if he's Jerry left, but Jerry has over. I don't know if I told you guys this. Jerry's now monetized. He's got over 1,000 followers.
Wow.
And he just did that, I think, last week or the week before. So congratulations to Jerry. But like I said, I do this more for fun and give me something to do. I think if I ever do retire, I'll probably do live streams more often than just once a week. And I may still do more than once a week. I might go twice a week. I haven't decided yet. Now, when I go back home to Indiana, it'll have to be just once a week because I'll have to go get a hotel room because the sisters I stay with don't have the internet. You know, they don't have a computer. They're in their 70s and don't want one. So, you know, if that's the way they want, that's the way they want. It's their lives. But what I'll do is I'll probably stop at a hotel on my way down on a Saturday night and do my live stream from my laptop I'll take with me, and probably stop on my way back on a Saturday and do it on Saturday because I don't know if I want to leave Friday after I get off work, come home, get everything done, and then take off. I'll probably just take off Saturday morning after I get up and drive to maybe Cleveland. No, I'll go past Cleveland, maybe Ashland or Columbus, Ohio. So it'll be a short trip into Terre Haute after that. And then I'll probably stop in Erie, Pennsylvania on my way back and making a short trip home. Because that way it gives me most of Sunday to relax and before I go back to work on Monday. So,
Brother Larry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to step down, brother. I really appreciate you having me up here. I'm had a great time. I did.
All right. You have a good day.
And Dan, take care of yourself.
And
Sammy.
You're welcome back next week.
See you next time, Robert.
All right, you guys. Y'all have a wonderful day or night wherever you are, and everybody out in chat. Love you.
All right. Take care, Robert. Stay safe.
All right, brother. Later.
Yep. Now, Mike, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome. Yeah, somebody can come up. And otherwise, it's just my ugly mug doing most of the talking. But I'm having fun. Yeah, Dan, I'm sorry. You look much better than I do. Hey, is it starting to show better? Yeah. What is it? Is the chin whiskers starting to show better?
I think we go back to try different select a different mode there. Oh,
How's
there you
that?
go. Beautiful.
Does the chin whiskers look better?
Oh yeah,
I
Yeah.
can also do this one.
yeah. Well, yeah, that's good too. You're totally GQ today.
Well, like I said, we'll give it a try. I don't know if I ever showed you the chin strap I have to wear when I sleep, and I've tried to cut it down where it's not quite as down as far as it used to be, but it was causing trouble with the hair. It was causing some ingrown hairs before. That's why I shaved it off, and so I'm trying to get it to where it won't do that.
Mike made an
I agree
interesting
with you,
comment.
Mike. That's a good reason to change your name.
Yeah. You know, Mike, I did a video on that once, where I was talking about how even Filipinas who are on YouTube refer to themselves as Filipinas, and then they use the possessive noun. They will say, my Filipino, if you want to make your Filipina happy, they do stuff like that. And it irritates me a little bit.
My Filipino doesn't exist. I'm single.
Yeah, it just is bizarre that people do that. Even the Filipina P does that. Yeah, even some of the largest YouTube channels.
She's
that
got
are
over
out there,
1,000. She's got
they
over
do that.
what is it, 100,000 followers?
Yeah, and they refer to Filipinas as being a possessive noun. It's just weird, So
I
do
really
it.
like the
I
Filipino
do it once
P.
in a while because you get in the habit. So I sent a message off to one of the channels. I don't remember which one it was. And then they stopped doing it for a while, and then boom, it's like habit. It's habit forming. They just started writing again. After a few months of laying off of that, they went right back in and started doing it again.
Well, like I said, some habits are hard to break because I keep wanting to say bye-bye instead of bay-bay.
Yeah.
No, bay-bay instead of bye-bye.
Yeah, everybody does it.
And so, it's no problem, Robert. You're more than welcome to be on my panel. And like I said, now next week, hopefully, I'll get together with Sammy or somebody and we'll set up the Nightbot. And I haven't decided what I'm going to have people type in. Maybe it'll just be LLL. Maybe it'll be lazy. Maybe we'll come up with a number like Sammy has. Maybe it'll just, lazy instead of Dan like Dan has. I mean, might be love like LUV. And we'll come up with something. I don't want it too complicated. And so I want everybody to be able to share their channel information. This is not all about me, but mostly it's mine.
Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with that? The hell is wrong with that?
Like I said, I don't care.
You're on your way to fame and fortune.
I'm on my way to be infamous. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's a Frankie. I think that's a Frankie Valli song from the 50s.
Hey Tim, how you doing, boss?
Tim,
hey, good morning, everybody.
How you doing, man?
God.
Like I said, introduce yourself to everybody. For the ones that don't know you, tell them what your channel's about and where you're at.
Well, I'm Tim. My channel is Tim Diziak. And I do a little bit of vlogging. I do educational videos of things that happen in the Philippines. I just released a video yesterday of modes of transportation in the Philippines. I do a little bit of just driving around, not many food videos, just everyday stuff. I do live in the Angeles City area.
Like I said,
So-
the weather here outside of Angeles itself is really nice. But the walking street, I think you mentioned that walking street is the area I wouldn't want to go
Yeah,
to.
yep. Okay,
Walking
that's
Street. Walking Street, I like, guys. So I beg to differ with you. But anyway, we can disagree.
No, I'm not saying it's not
no,
all right to go down and see it once,
Yeah,
but it's an area I
no.
wouldn't want to be in.
it's exciting.
The
You run
walk
into a lot of paths from all over the world.
the walking street is about less than a 15-minute trike or motorcycle ride from my place.
Yeah, but that's
I
still
go
just
down there. I go down there once in a blue moon. I don't usually record it because, heck, these people are on vacation. They don't want to. They don't want to deal with that. And go ahead, Larry.
I was going to say, if you watch my videos, I try not to show anybody unless it's from a distance. You can't tell who they are. I just in the States, as you well know, is different than in the Philippines. A lot of people don't want to be videoed even normally. So unless somebody tells me it's okay, I don't show people if I can keep from it. I did the one on my vacation where I stayed at, and I was showing the swimming pool. There was two ladies at the other end. I told them what I was doing, and they didn't want to be videoed, so I made sure I didn't show them. Now one guy I talked to, so I was talking to him, so I went ahead and videoed him. There's difference there. He knows I was videoing, knew what I was doing, and he was talking to me. So I showed him a little bit because I talked with him. But otherwise, there's sometimes you can't avoid it because you're in an area and what you're taking pictures of, people are going to be walking through that area. But otherwise, I try to avoid it.
The walking street just has so many people. You'd never get anything done if you asked everybody, because there's hundreds of people down there at any time on a good day.
Yeah. Well, I don't doubt it. I mean, I used to follow a couple of vloggers there in Thailand as well, and they had their walking streets. There was Rob in 20 Seconds in Thailand. There was Kevin Thailand who got sick. I don't know what happened with him, but he was really sick. I had to go back to Great Britain for a while. But I quit following the ones in Thailand because I decided I don't think I want to go there. It's not the people. It's the government over there. The government seemed to be like they don't want they call them Farangs. Seems like they wanted to make it more difficult for the Farangs to go and live there. I mean, you can go visit, but you got to have this, you got to do this. It's like, I'm a poor boy. I can't afford all that, even though it's not that expensive for living there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they seem to want to make sure you got more money than what you really need to live there.
Well, they don't want people to be a burden on society if they can't make it on their own.
I don't blame them there, but the Philippines require you to have so much money coming in. It's a lot more reasonable than what Taiwan requires. I think if you want to get a retirement visa, I think you have to show like you got $800 to $1,000 coming in a month.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I have.
That's what I said.
That's what I have.
Yeah. I would have more than that, but I want all my bills paid off first. And I would have about that for my living expenses because I want to save money, for emergencies, like if you get sick and stuff. But,
yes. You always have to have
you got to have a savings
a
account.
minimum of $5,000 here in the Philippines, just so you can get out of the Philippines and get to the States for emergency care if necessary.
Yeah. And one of the vloggers I follow just found out he's got colon cancer. So he's wanting to boogie back to the States because it'll be a lot less. Doctors are cheaper in the Philippines, but it'd be covered under his insurance program in the States. So it'd actually be cheaper for him in the States to get treated. And,
medical in the Philippines is not as top notch.
No, I think it really depends on where you're at, and where he's at. He's right; it's not top notch. But if you're in Manila, I think they got really good medical care there. but it's going
Yeah,
to
well,
cost
if you have
you more
money,
than other places.
if you have money, you can get great medical care anywhere.
Yeah, 'cause like I
But
said,
do
Manila-
you really,
Yeah.
you really want to go to Manila and end up paying 90% of what you'd be paying in the States and still get the runaround a little bit?
Yeah. Well, no, like I said, but I mean, it all would depend. If I'm healthy enough to go back to States, I'd want to go back to States. You know, let's be honest about it. If you've got heart problems, you may not be healthy enough to go back. And like I was telling Dan in previous videos, or not videos, but live chats, one of the things I'm going to worry about if I ever move over there, because I'm 69 already. Like I said, I'm probably older than you are. I'm 69, and I'm going to worry about what kind of health care I got close to me, what kind of medical. I know it's not going to be equivalent, but let's be honest about it. In some places in the United States, healthcare is not that great either. And it's getting so bad now, in some places you got to travel farther than you used to.
Yep.
Up in Rochester area, I used to live up there, Rochester, New York. I used to live about 20 miles from Rochester. They were closing down hospitals, you know?
Yeah.
And
They
so,
closed a lot down in Buffalo, New York area too.
as I said, up in that area, they were closing some down. Now, I go through the VA. I'm in the VA system. But if I go to the Philippines, it's not going to do me much good because I don't think any of mine's VA military related. I'm diabetic, but I wasn't diagnosed when I was in the Navy as diabetic. And
Okay.
I have arthritis, but that wasn't diagnosed in the Navy either. You know, so it's all
Now,
after.
I'll tell you about the VA in the Philippines. It's only a clinic. It is not a hospital. You don't do overnight stays. They farm everything out, and they will only treat you for something that you are service connected with.
Yeah, that's what I said. None of mine's service connected, so they wouldn't treat me for anything.
Now,
You know?
and I asked about that one time when I went to an appointment down there, and they said you could get hit by a car standing in line waiting to get into the VA clinic. They're not allowed to touch you.
And
They
it
will
used to be
call an
still
ambulance.
so.
No, never,
I thought it was back years ago because
never, never.
the reason why the VA is there is all the Filipinos that served in the military for the United States.
No,
That's the main reason they have
I'm
it.
not a Filipino though.
I know,
A
but I'm saying
Filipino,
that-
they would treat a little bit better, but honestly, if you're an American and got hit by a car in the parking lot while you were trying to get into the VA clinic, they would call an ambulance and send you to St. Luke's or another major hospital, and you would have to pay the bill 100%.
Well, I believe you. Like I said, I don't know if you know Stephen from Filipino Info Channel.
I don't think so.
All right, he said pretty much the same thing, that if it's not service connected, they're not treating you. Now he has something that's service connected, so he does go up there, but it's only for what's service connected. And he also said it's just a clinic. And so
Yeah.
everybody that talks about it does say it's just a clinic, because a lot of people are asking. There's a lot of veterans are thinking about going there and retiring, and that's one of the things they want to know. Well, what about the VA? I'll just go there. Not if it's not service connected, And so that's what they, anybody that's being honest will tell them that. And like I said, I've been following vloggers. Oh, I've been on YouTube now for 7 years. I've not been a vlogger. I want to start vlogging in April. Okay. But I followed vloggers. I had a job that I'm a security guard. I was a security guard / receptionist / clerk. All right. I did all 3 jobs. I sat in a lobby, and I was a security guard because that's what I was hired as originally. And then they put me in there. And so when the visitors come in, I'd get a hold of who they were going to go see. And if they needed an escort, if I had to, I'd escort them. Otherwise the people would come down and get them. I had to make sure they were signed in. And
Yeah.
I also invoiced the payments to the vendors that they had to pay. I had to input the invoices into the computer system so all these vendors could be paid that they bought things from. Now that kept me busy at the end of the month because nobody seemed to want to do it during the month. They'd wait till the end of the month to bring down all their invoices because if they didn't get it down by a certain time, it didn't get in and the guys wouldn't get paid till the following month. So they'd all wait till about that last week. So that last week, I'd be busy with invoices. The rest of the month, I'm sitting there like this, twiddling my thumbs, unless a visitor come in. Well, let's be honest about that. It's boring, So that's when I went on YouTube. I created a YouTube channel and started watching YouTube and started following a few vloggers. And so I've been following vloggers for about 7 years. And I started vlogging because, well, Dan will tell you, everybody's always asking me why I used the name Lazy Larry and why not some other name. And so my first video was about, hi, I'm Lazy Larry. Tells how I got the nickname back my senior year in high school and why I started using it. Well, when I was in high school, I was working anywhere from 24 to 32 hours a week and going to school full time. Kind of lazy, wasn't I? But I only went half a year my senior year. I decided I wanted to go in the Navy, and I was a new high school, and I hated it. So I decided I had the credits. I was going to graduate in January. And the school board, they had offered automotive body repair. And I thought that might be fun. Bang out some dents, learn how to paint, bang out the dents, smooth it out, paint it. That might be fun. I have never had an interest in working on a motor in my life. None. Well, they decided not to offer the body repair shop. Like I said, it was the very first year of the high school. And then the school board, in their infinite wisdom, figured, hey, he signed up for automotive body. Surely he's interested in working on motors. Fools. And so they put me in an automotive repair shop. Well, I never brought any work in. All right. Because I had no interest in it. So I didn't own a car. I had no interest in repairing one. My dad had a brand new car. If I even thought about touching that, I'd have got shot. My uncles all repaired their own cars. They wouldn't want me to touch it. So, my sister had a brand new car. Whose car was I going to work on? I wasn't buying one because I knew I was going to the Navy. It was kind of a waste of money to buy one, And so if somebody needed help, he was always pissed because I didn't bring in my own work. He said, go get Lazy Larry. He's got nothing to do. He can help you. And so that's how I got the nickname. And whenever somebody needed help, he said, go get Lazy Larry. And it was only that one semester in high school that the name was used. Well, then I don't know if you know who Chris and Sabu is. That's how I met Dan and a few other people that's in this chat. And my name's Larry Lee. And there was 3 or 4 other Larrys in the chat. There was Larry G, Larry B, Larry Lee B, and then Larry Outdoors and maybe another Larry. So I thought, well, if he wants to ask one of us a question, if he says Larry G or Larry B or Larry Lee, it sounds too similar. So I thought, I'll change my name to Lazy Larry. And like I said, my first video is pretty much telling you that because everybody's always asking me. So I did a video. And so that's when I decided I kind of enjoyed it. I'll just do some more. And my first few were talking heads. And I call a talking head is where you're sitting there and you're just talking to the screen. It's not a live stream. You're just talking to the screen about whatever you're talking about. That's a talking head to me. And that's what I did at first. I did talking heads. Just like I might have done maybe 10 talking heads total, I think. But I did a couple of them were unboxing. I did a couple of unboxing. I got a drone, which I've never used. And it cost well over $200, but I didn't pay for it. It was a reward for being with the company I've been with for over 30 years. And so I got it. I need to learn how to fly it. I just haven't got around to it. And then I bought myself a gimbal because like I said, Chris and Sabu originally did walking video live streams. Jerry, I call South Texas home. That's what he does. And I thought, well, I'll do some walking videos. It give me a reason to get out and walk, take a video. So I've done a few of those. I've also done some where I just went like a car show, went to a car show, videoed it. Like I telling the people in the chat earlier, I don't know if you were here when I said that. I'm going back to Indiana. They got a bunch of covered bridges up in Park County. I'm going to take some videos of those. But, I also do some shorts. So, that's how I got into it. I did not get into it to make money. If I do, great. If I don't, that's fine. I got in to give myself something to do. Like I said, I'm 69. I don't want to work forever. My grandfather worked damn near forever. He lived to be 92. He worked his job into his 80s, only retired because they were going to lay somebody off. And he said, no, the kid needs the job more than I do. The kid was like 40 years old and had 3 kids of his own. So he retired from that job, went out and bought a pickup truck and went out hauling junk for people. And he did that till he lost his driver's license, which is around 90 years old. So, I don't want to work that long. I'm sorry. I'm too lazy for that. And I want to know what I've heard a couple of vloggers and retired people say, they don't even know what day of the week it is, and I think Dan's one of them I heard say that. I want to know that feeling. I want to wake up
Yeah,
and say,
happened to me, Larry. I lost a day this week.
yeah, I want to wake up and say, I don't even know what day it is. Oh, wait a minute. I don't give a rat's patoot, I want to know what, and if I get really bored, I can always go back to work because let's be honest about it. If nothing else, you can do volunteer work. People always want volunteers. But I want to get bored. I'm 69 years old. I started working when I was my first real job was at 15. I started doing paper routes at 10. I shoveled snow and raked leaves and all that stuff. And my first job was the first job I ever got fired from.
We've all had that.
I worked at an A&W root beer stand when I was 15 during the summer. I had a sunburn. Was in a bad mood because my family went down to Texas. My grandparents were watching me. I didn't get to go, which I always, loved Texas. We have family down there. And so I was in a bad mood. And it was a husband and wife that owned the business, and she was in a bad mood. And I did something by accident, but she started bitching, so I bitched right back. And Dave, the husband, kept telling me to shut up or get out. And instead of being a smart young man, I was an idiot. And I said, I'll shut up when I'm blank, good, and ready. And so I was fired, which, I deserve to be fired. I don't hold it against him. And he found that out because I kept going in there afterwards, and getting some root beer. And when I was home on the Navy, I'd always go in if they were open and get something. And he said something to me about it. And I said, Dave, I deserve to be fired. It wasn't your fault. I was an idiot. I'm not going to blame you guys. So, I always got along with them afterwards. But like I said, I was stupid, but it taught me a lesson. Keep your mouth in check if you want money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, a while back, we were talking about Mexican food here in Angeles.
Yeah.
And Devout Don, who was in the chat, I don't know if he's in there still. He mentioned Iguana Restaurant.
Okay.
Iguana Restaurant used to be near, right on Perimeter Road. They moved down somewhere on Friendship Highway, and I have not found them since they moved. Of course, I haven't gone down that way. It's still a ways away from me. That'd be 25 minutes from where I live now. But funny thing is, I used to go there, once every 2 or 3 months, and great food, great tea. I went on vacation to Canada and visit my sister and her family. Hey, Tim, let's go try this Mexican restaurant. And we walk in the place. It was called Iguanas. And Filipina comes up, Kumusta, and all this. And I said, well, are you any relation to the people that have iguanas in Angeles City? Oh, yes. That's my sisters or cousins or somebody's. And I said, oh, well, I go there all the time. Oh,
It's a
And it-
small world, you know.
and the crazy thing is, she asked where I lived in Angeles, and I told her, and she goes, oh, is Kuya Romeo your neighbor? And I said, no, he's my landlord. And she goes, well, I rented off him. She ended up renting the same place I'm in right now.
it's a small world, man, and the internet makes it actually smaller. I love it.
Yeah.
I went to college. I'm an overeducated idiot for what I do. Really, I do have some college. But the thing I enjoyed about the college was the interaction with people from different backgrounds. I've
Exactly.
been in the service, and I'm not talking military. I've been in the service related field my entire life almost. Like I said, my very first job was a restaurant job. My second job was a restaurant job. When I went in the Navy, service was in the title of my rank. I was a ship serviceman. Now, the ship servicemen, when I was in, they no longer exist. We were the barbers, the laundry, the soda fountain, the PXs. On shore duty, there'd be gas stations and stuff like that. Now, I was a barber, and I also worked in the laundry. Now, when I was on shore duty, I did 4 jobs every day. I filled up the vending machines. I also worked in the Navy Exchange restocking the shelves. All right. And then I would open the gas station. It was only open for like an hour and a half a day because we were only a base of 110 people. That was it. To put somebody down there all day was ridiculous. And everybody knew when we were open. So if they needed gas, they came during that hour and a half. That includes the retired people that lived in the area. They knew when the gas station was open, they'd come. Now, it was a self-service station, but the older people, we went ahead and serviced, especially the women. We'd go ahead and fill their tanks, check their oil and all that. I say we, I mean me. I was the only one doing it. But then I would close down the gas station and I'd go open the barber shop until I got off work. Now, like I said, we was at a base of 110 in a little old town of about 500 people. They rolled the sidewalks up at 5 o'clock. There was nothing to do but bars after that. And the last bus to town was left for the big town, which was about 30 miles away. Was left at 4:15. Well, I didn't get off work till 4:30. I didn't have a car, so I wasn't going to town very often, unless it was on the weekend when I was off. So, but we had a little 4-lane bowling alley. We had a little movie theater, and we had 2 people rooms. We had our own bathroom. We had our 2 men to a room. We had a refrigerator in every room. They really tried to make it nice because, like I said, you were out in La La Land. And so that was my last duty station. I did over 6 years in the Navy, did over 6.5. And, but it was enjoyable. I got out, Vietnam ended just before I got out, about a year or so. And by a stroke of a pen, by the federal government, I went from maybe 10 pounds overweight to about 40 pounds or more overweight. Because they decided, they used to take your build, your age, and your height. All of that was taken into account for what you were allowed to weigh. Well, they decided everybody got to be the same weight within this little bit. Doesn't matter if you're big bone, which I am, or you're thin. Your weight is like 170 to 180 if you're 5'8". Well, I'm 5'8", and I weigh more than that. Dan, I hope you're still listening. But anyway, so that was it. I was done. I was going to do at least 10 years, and then make a decision on whether or not to get out. but I got a medical discharge, but it was overweight, so you don't get a retirement from that. And so this is what I do now. I've done other things, but like I said, I've always enjoyed. Oh, Dan's back in the. Let me get Dan back up. Hey, Dan, you're back.
Yep. Oh, I think I know what's going on here. My camera, my USB port is wigging out on me here.
Okay,
Yeah. So I'm on the laptop camera.
there you go.
All right.
But,
Don't worry, Dan, you're still ugly.
he
I know
better, you're all better looking than me.
that. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I would say Tim's uglier.
Yep.
I got less hair than everybody.
I can teach you how to grow a chin.
I got the chin. You look, I got the chin. I just started growing it back. I got pictures of me with a full beard. And if you look at the beard, those pictures, I look like Santa Claus. My beard is snow white. This is all white. There's no gray in it. Now my mustache has a little bit of color, but my beard is snow white, and I look like Santa Claus because being overweight and everything. Now I got the white hair from my grandfather, but it was snow white when he about 50. He turned snow white. Like I said, he lived to be 92. He died 2 days after his 92nd birthday. And but he never grew his beard. But he had snow white hair. And I can never remember having anything but snow white hair. So he was around 50 or 60 when he went snow white. Now my beard didn't go white until I was late 50s, early 60s. Now it used to be a dark red. My beard used to be red, but now it's white. Now, like I said, there's a little color in the mustache if I grow the mustache. But I quit having a mustache because you probably don't know, but some of the other people know. I have sleep apnea. And I wear this pillow top that goes in here. And it was always causing ingrown hairs up here around the nose if I grew the mustache. So I shaved the mustache off. And then I started having to use a chin strap because my mouth started popping open at night when I was sleeping to keep the mouth shut. And so I shaved the chin whiskers off. And I just started growing them back. I'm trying to keep it a little closer up here and know where it was before and see if I can grow it again and not bother me. Because I shave it off. I look younger than what I am, even with it. I mean, I don't look like I'm almost 70 years old. At least that's what people tell me. And which I enjoy. We just thought, Dan.
Well, Sammy's back now.
Oh, we lost Dan again, but Dan, what happened?
I don't know. Ghost in the machine.
Dan.
Let's put it this way. Dan is like a bad penny. Keeps showing up.
Yeah, but you always want to pick up the bad penny and put it in your pocket.
But does the penny want you? You ever watch the Big Bang Theory? You ever watch the Big Bang Theory, Dan? Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah.
There's one episode where what's his name?
That's how I learned all about physics.
Simon, what was his character's name? Howard. There's one episode where Howard came into was in the room with Sheldon and the group, and Penny comes in. This is one that close to where it first started. Because you see a penny, pick it up. You have all day long. You have good luck. And Penny just looks at him, shakes his head. Not going to happen. Howard. She's going, no. You're not going to have good luck. You're not picking me up.
I knew a man in my hometown many years ago, and he was a recovered alcoholic. And he said, "What am I going to?" He goes, "What am I going to do with all this extra money?" Since he wasn't drinking alcohol.
Yeah.
and he went to the bank and got $100 worth of pennies. And he would spend hours every day going to, well, the one grocery store, the Super Duper. Then he would go to the other grocery store, the Acme or Tops, and he would hand out pennies to children, just for something to do, get him out of the house. He was a widow and all that. And he did that up until the day before he died.
Sound like he found something good to do with that money, doesn't it?
I mean, he wasn't using it for drinking alcohol, so he was saving his own life.
Like I said,
Got
he
him out
found
of the
something good
house.
to do with it.
Got him out of the house, interaction with other people, seeing children. He was in his 60s.
Yeah. We had a guy back home. Now, this is not near as good as your story you just said. So we called him Crazy Eddie. Now, Eddie, you go up to Eddie and you hand him, tell him that you get a dime in one hand, a quarter in another. Tell Eddie, take anyone you want. He'd always take the smaller amount. You could have $1 and a quarter. He'd take the quarter every time. And somebody asked him why he did that. Because like I said, they called him Crazy Eddie. He says, because if I ever take the larger amount, to quit offering it. I thought that's pretty good.
Exactly.
Yeah. If he took the larger amount, people would go, oh, he's not dumb. So
Yep, exactly.
And when I quit smoking, somebody said, well, what are you going to do with all that money you save? And I said, I won't save it. I'll find something else to spend it on. But I quit smoking back when cigarettes were less than $5 a pack. They're almost $10 a pack here now. I think they were like 2.5 when I quit.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right, sir. You think you got a whip now there, Dan?
What's that?
So do you think you got it whipped?
I don't know what's going on here. I'm out of control. I'm low tech, Hey, what happened? What happened to Larry? Sammy, are you there? What happened to Larry? What'd you do with Larry?
I kicked him out, Joe.
Oh, there he is.
I kicked myself out.
Isn't that weird? That's so strange. Oh, well.
I was trying to see if I could do something. I hit the wrong button.
Yeah,
I kicked myself out. I kicked myself out of the chat.
Story of my life. Always trying to do something. I end up kicking myself in the ass.
What is that? I was just read this on the Facebook somewhere. They said the story of my life. Whoops, that didn't go the way I planned. You try to do something that doesn't go right. Whoops, that didn't go the way I planned.
Whoop, that didn't go the way I wanted it to.
Yeah, that's what happened with me. I was trying to change something, and it's like, whoops, what happened here? But
yes, I'm out of control. I'm out of control, Dodger Blue.
Dodger Blue, I hate to tell you this, I don't even have a chance to contain him. Come on, guys. Somebody else come up. Let's get some more people talking. Let's introduce ourselves to each other.
The whole. By the way, if I wouldn't mind,
Go ahead.
if you wouldn't mind me stepping back in time for a moment, the whole thing about healthcare is you have to do your research.
Yeah.
As people know, the United States healthcare system is in shambles. You'd think that we would have the best healthcare system in the world, but yet we're ranked something like 34 in the world for healthcare delivery. I think Germany is number one, which kind of makes morbid sense that that Germany has a lot more experience getting inside the human body and figuring out how it works.
Yeah. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to put my avatar up. I'm going to be right here. Go ahead.
All right. So, Gee. Wow. 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 Uh-oh, we lost him again, huh, Sammy?
Why you kick your ass in the chat?
Oh my goodness gracious. Here he comes. Here he comes. Wow.
I wanted to do something. I didn't want to be on camera when I did it.
Whoa. All right. So I was gonna say, so healthcare, you know, I did a live stream, I talked about it. Basically, healthcare is like this, you know, you know, you can get the best care that you need anywhere in the world, United States, Philippines, Thailand, as long as you have money. That's the bottom line.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so your limitations would be that if you have insurance in the United States and you have something major happen to you and it's going to cost you a fortune to get it taken care of, then you go back to the United States. You have money in your pocket when something happens. Mostly we're talking emergencies. Then wherever you're at, you're going to be able to source out the health care because you're going to be able to afford to pay for it. So, I mean,
hold on a minute. Yes, Mike, I'm wearing pants. I wanted to straighten them up a little bit because they were starting to chafe. Okay?
he thinks you've turned into that talking head, you know, on the news channel.
I am a talking head, but not the one
Yeah.
he's thinking of.
So anyway, that's how I feel about healthcare. So, I mean, you know, people say if you have a health issue, don't come. And I say, well, it depends on how much money you got. That's my answer.
It's also, what is the health issue? How serious?
Yeah, what is it? Well, the health issue hardly makes a difference because you can find care for whatever ails you anywhere in the world.
Yeah,
So if you have
if
more,
you have the money, but I'm just saying also.
yeah, if you have the money, that's what we're talking about. If you have the money,
But I'm
if
just
you-
saying, though, if your health issue is, you take me, I'm old, fat, and lazy. Okay, that's a health issue. It really is.
well, yeah, well then you could stay in bed if you want for the rest
But
of
I'm
your
just saying,
life.
though,
But
it's that's not a health issue that should keep you from going. You know.
well, that's right. That's right.
You'd probably sweat a lot of weight off over there, and if you get out
Right.
and move around.
Well, not
So,
me. Quite
yeah.
frankly, not me, Larry.
Hey, Chai, how you doing? Hi,
So I mean,
you having a good time with Auntie?
somebody did a video, you know, was like $1 million didn't save him. Well, $1 million in the bank and having a serious healthcare issue, sometimes you can't be saved. It wouldn't matter if you had $10 million in the
Oh
bank.
yeah. There's
Yeah.
sometimes it, but like I said, all right, I have I'm diabetic,
Right,
so I can get medicine anywhere.
right,
And the thing, so that wouldn't stop me from going.
right, exactly.
Even if I had to start taking insulin, which I don't have to take right now, if I can lose some weight and contain it with diet, I can do that anywhere. And if I take some medicine, but like I said, I can get that anywhere. You know.
Mike is cracking me up. Mike wants to know if I live in the jungle, you know, and that's why I'm wearing the hat. I kind of do, you know. 5-minute walk from here to the highway is pretty much coconut tree. It's pretty much coconut tree, you know. And so until I get out to the main highway, but I don't
Leave
take
more
my
Anderson
hat off
playing his
because
game
now it's
there,
become my
Sammy.
trademark, you know.
And,
Joy, hello.
And Mike, you're right. A lot of people do go to Canada,
Hi.
especially for the drugs, because it's so much
14
cheaper.
million per year to be exact from
Well,
America.
like I said, the drugs are a lot cheaper in Canada than they are here.
See, and so that's part of our broken system that we have in the United States.
See now, Mike,
No,
that's
no,
what I need to do. Did
My
you see
first
what
thought
Mike
is
wrote?
not, oh, I better go to the United States and get fixed. That's not going to be my first choice.
No.
That's just ridiculous.
Well, I
You go
can
to the
say
United
one
States,
thing
you
about
wanna die. That's where you go. If you want to increase your chances of death, go to the United States and get treated for a serious medical issue. You know, I mean, why would I spend money traveling to the United States to die when I could die perfectly well here in Asia
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, you know, the only
and save myself some money while doing it?
The thing with me, like I said, I can be out of debt in less than 2 years. That's not a problem. I can do it in just a little. If I probably do it just a little over a year if everything goes right. But I figured 2 years because you got to account for things going wrong. You know, let's be honest. But I'm going to spend money that I don't have because I'm going to go back to see my mother. And if I don't have the cash, I don't care. I'm still going to go see my mother. She's 96 years old. She's 675 miles from me. So I'm going to go home a couple times a year, at least once a year, to see her. Now, it won't cost me too much, but like if I don't have it, I still got to pay for gas. I still got to pay for a hotel room there and the hotel room back, and I got to buy my meals. Now, once I get to Terre Haute, that's a whole different ball game. My sisters will put me up. I buy them some meals. They buy me some meals. You know, we share that way. They got an extra room. I got a place to stay for free once I get there. But like I said, you got to have the gas to get there, the gas to get back, and the food. And like I said, you're looking at what, 12 to 16 hour drive, depending on how the traffic is. And
Wow, you could be in the Philippines on a plane in 16 hours.
but I'm just saying, though, you're looking at basically almost 12 hours usually. If most of the time it takes me about 12 hours. Because you're looking at about 675 miles. Well, you do the math. That's over 10 miles. It's over 10 hours just driving. Well, you got to stop, get gas, and take a break. So you're looking at about 12 hours. So I like to drive about 7 to 8 hours the first day, and I'll spend the night somewhere, and then drive in the next day feeling refreshed. And the same thing when I come back. Drive about 8 hours, spend the night somewhere, then come back, and I'm refreshed. The next day, I relax a little bit more, make sure my laundry's all done, and get ready to go to work the day after that. I don't like forcing my way back. Now, the last time I went home, I drove all the way home. And
Wow.
that's because, well, I was going to stop in Batavia and visit with my sister and her family, but they were calling for a snowstorm. And so I decided I would rather try to make it. And I got into it. It was just south of Syracuse. And it took me, there was times I was driving 10, 15 miles an hour on the thruway, which Tim can tell you, that's 65 mile an hour drive. I'm driving 10, 15 miles an hour, and I feel like, I'm white knuckling it. I feel like I'm pushing it because it was snowing that bad. The roads were, but
I've done the snowy driving many times.
oh yeah. Well, when I was still living in, I think I was still in Batavia. I might have been in Leroy, but I was coming back from Erie, Pennsylvania. My friends lived in Erie at the time, and you know how the lake effect snow can be.
Oh yes.
And anyway,
Hey.
I'm driving back from Erie, and I get just before Batavia, Buffalo. The only truck stop or rest stop is in between the two roads. You enter on one side and cross a bridge to go into the rest area, and you on the other side there's another parking area, and you cross to go over in the same rest area, but they have different gas stations. Well, that's about 20 miles from Buffalo. Okay, it took
Yep.
me over 2 hours from there to Buffalo. I get on the other side of Buffalo, not a drop of snow, no snow
Now,
whatsoever.
Larry, you said you used to live in Batavia.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my aunt lived there for, well, most of her life. She donated all the land for the Batavia school systems.
Okay.
You ever hear of Krantz Nursery?
No. I lived in Batavia, but I didn't do much in Batavia. My family lived in Elba, if you know where Elba's at,
Okay.
and I worked in West Henrietta.
Yep.
So my one nephew, I was living with we shared a place, and I used to go to Centennial Park. I would go to the mall and that stuff, but I really didn't go out to any of the nurseries or anything like that. Now, my other nephew, my oldest nephew, is the lawyer for the Batavia School District. And so, I mean, but they, you know, they would know, my sister and all them, because they moved to Batavia area because they lived in Batavia when they first moved there, because that's where Sylvania was at. Like I said, my brother-in-law was a TV designer, and he worked for Sylvania when they first moved out there. And they lived in Batavia until they had their house built out in Elba. And so that was around 73 or 74. The boys never went to any school but in New York, but they were both born in Indiana. So David was born in 69. So it had to have been before 74. So, or before the school year, 74. So 73, 74, they moved there, because Tim was born in 72. It was after he was born. I want to say about 73. I was in the Navy when they moved out there. And, but I only lived in Batavia for a few months, maybe 6 months. I lived in Leroy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I lived
But
in
I
Batavia.
grew up.
Go
I
ahead.
grew up in a small town about 30 miles south of Buffalo, called Springville.
Okay, I've heard of it, but I've never been there. See, now in Leroy, that's where Jello was found. That's where the guy
Yep.
that discovered how to make Jello lived in Leroy. I forget what they were trying to make, and I think it was some kind of food thing for the military. I think, but I could be wrong. But that's where they started making. That's the original home of Jello. And they got a Jello museum that I lived about 2 houses from and never went to. And I don't think
Now,
they
my
let me
hometown, my hometown is famous for, well, one thing that I will admit to, and that is the home of the dentist that invented Novocaine.
that guy I do not care for. I hate Novocaine. Now,
Well,
Sammy, cold weather. What's your temperature? Right now it's 54 degrees Fahrenheit here. Whoa. I didn't mean to do that, but that's all right because we're
I'm
still
not
here.
pretty sure. I'm not pretty sure the temperature, but I'm early in the morning. It's raining here until now, man.
It's supposed to get, last night I got down to 48.
And then you call, I'm still in bed because I'm so lazy to get up.
Hold it, people.
Well-
Only I'm allowed to be lazy, okay? I've got that covered.
I'm so lazy, promise. Especially on cold weather. I love to,
Tim, did I tell you why I changed my name from Lazy Larry to Lazy Larry Lee?
It's the Baby Shark song. Oh.
too many people.
Too many Lazy Larrys, yeah. But there was, if you type in Lazy Larry Lee, I'm the first one that pops up.
Okay. Right now it's 82 degrees Fahrenheit, 91 degrees real feel, and it's 10 a.m.
It's 10 p.m. and it was 54. Last night got down to 48. Matter of fact, it was 48 when I got up at 5 in the morning. And I had to leave for work. That was yesterday. This morning, I don't know what it was because I didn't get up till 8 o'clock. I slept in today. Now I got to get up around 6 tomorrow because, well, like I said, I'm a security guard. And New York requires it once a year. You have to go in for your annual training. And that for me is tomorrow. And then I renew my license in November. Every 2 years, you got to renew your license. And you're supposed to have an annual training every year. So,
Well,
and they don't have to pay you for that because it's required by the state. They usually do, but they don't have to. Because the state requires it, so they can get away with not paying you. I've always been paid, but they can get away with not paying you because it's state requirement for your job. But that's all right. I mean, it's supposed to be an 8-hour annual course, we usually finish it in 4 to 6 hours. So I got to be there. We're going to start at 9 o'clock. I got to be there around 8:30 or so because the building's locked up. So we got to get there and we'll all be let in about the same time. And then we'll start the class and however long it takes. The fewer the people, the better. Now that, like I said, I like to talk, but the one time I don't like talking is during the annual training because unless you talk, the quicker they get done with it. And, you know, day off, I don't want to spend my time there anymore, and I have to, you know. But I don't want to take a day off to do it because then you're giving up. If they do pay you, then you're giving up overtime because if you go in for the training, it's going to be overtime. You know, because it's over 40 hours for the week. And if they don't pay you, why do you really want to take a paid day off to go get trained? Not me. I'd rather save that for doing something else. If I really had my choice on days off, it'd be like Sunday, Monday.
Well,
Yeah.
every day is a day off here.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. I want to know what that's like. I mean, even when I wasn't working, because there was a couple years I didn't work, I was in college. So I actually was working, you know. It was just a different kind of work. You didn't get paid for it. Matter of fact, you paid to do it. But like I said, I enjoyed the experience. I met
Sammy.
students from Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, England, Sweden. We had one guy I knew that was from Sweden. His parents were ambassadors, you know. So it was really interesting. I studied criminology. And like I said, the guy I knew from Saudi Arabia actually was a fellow student in criminology. It's kind of interesting to discuss the differences, you know. But like I said, I guess because I was in the service-related field so much, I became a people person if I wasn't already one, you know.
Yeah, service, you have to be a people person.
Yeah.
If you're not, you won't last long.
Well, you may last, but you're going to hate every minute of it, and a lot of people are going to hate you, you know, because like I said, if you're not a people person and you're having to serve people, or whether it's as a cashier or a barber or whatever, if you're not friendly, the people are not going to like you, and if you don't enjoy talking to people and being around people, you're not going to enjoy the job. And he wants to play with his game, Sammy. But you know, it just that's what it is. You know, there's an old saying, I can't remember where I heard it the first time. I know
Because sometimes the game is what they call this one, speaking bad language.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
I'm
try
always
not to.
like
I'm a former sailor, so occasionally bad language is going to slip out. I'm sorry. I got a cup. Maybe one of these days I'll bring it in and show it to you guys.
That's why I muted, because Minnie's cussing up a storm over here.
Well, I got a cup, and I bought it only because of what it says on it. It says I have the vocabulary of a well-educated sailor. Now, all you that know sailors know what a well-educated sailor can talk like. But I saw that. I have more coffee cups than I need. But I saw that one. It's like, I got to have this one. I've never drunk a cup of coffee out of it. But it's in my shelves with the coffee cups. I usually drink travel mugs. I mean, I don't drink small cups. I drink like 14, 16 ounce cups of coffee at a time.
That's the way to do it.
Well, when I go to work, I make about 16 ounces of coffee to take with me. And then I drink also a ginger tea with lemon. No sugar, but just a tea, and I have a couple of lemons in it. It's supposed to be good for your blood flow. And I guess it's supposed to also help maybe your people with prostate. But I heard it was supposed to be healthy for you, so I thought, well, you know, I'm not that healthy. Anything I can do to help increase my health, I'm going to do. So I take about 16, 17 ounces of that, to work, and that's about all I drink in the 8 hours. Even though I'm diabetic, I know a guy that I work with. He'd drink that in a couple hours. That much. He's always drinking something. I don't. I don't drink a lot. I drink more when I'm off, and that's because I'm bored. And it's not because I'm always thirsty. I mean, I'll go through 3 or 4 of these in a night, and it's not because I'm thirsty. It's just I'm bored. It's sitting there right at my hand, and I just, just grab it and take a drink. But at work, I take my time, and I take 3 to 4 hours to drink that coffee because I have a container that keeps it hot, and I have a container that keeps my tea cold, and I drink that in the afternoon, the coffee in the morning. I'd probably drink 2 cups of coffee a day, but the situation where I'm at, that's a little more than I probably should drink unless I really want to, because I have to call somebody to let them know I'm going to the bathroom. I've worked at places where all I had to do is get up and walk to it. Here, they want to put a camera on my desk so they can watch it when I'm on break. No big whoop, but sometimes it takes me 3 or 4 minutes to get a hold of somebody. So I just drink. Was drinking 2 cups in the morning. I cut back to 1. And I say cup, I'm talking 16-ounce cups. And but I like my coffee, But I just found out, according to the pharmacist in the VA, they did a follow-up call with me this week, and she was telling me that, believe it or not, the caffeine and with the coffee can affect your blood sugar, make it go higher. And I said, well, I don't use sugar. And she goes, it doesn't matter. And I was like, wow. So that's why I cut back to 1 cup. Otherwise, I was drinking 2 cups. It's like, I'm not giving my coffee up, but I will cut back.
Stop listening to them.
Well, like I said, I didn't quit drinking. I just cut back.
Yeah, just don't listen to them no more, and only read the articles that say coffee is great for you, no matter how much you drink.
I like my coffee.
See,
I used to be able to fall asleep drinking coffee. Go ahead.
The
Jim.
crazy thing is people claim all these statistics, and you can make statistics say anything you want. Like,
Yeah.
okay, you polled 1,000 people. Are you happy with your government leader? 40% of them will say no. 60% will say yes, we're unhappy, or we're happy. But the way they report that, they'll say 40% are, in the right, but they don't agree with that elected official or whatever.
Yeah.
It just depends on how you report it. Because you can make, the same set of information, tell a totally different story, just with a little proper wording.
Well, also they can get a different response by the way they word it.
Exactly.
If they found out if you ask the same question with different wordings, you'll get different answers. Like you said, are you satisfied, or are you happy, or are you just and just the change of those 2 words can make a big difference. Also, a lot of times, if they really want, they sometimes will go to an area that they know that most of the people there are going to agree with what they're asking. You go to an area, like, let's say college. You go to a college. A lot of colleges are very liberal. At least the instructors. So a lot of the students are liberal because that's what they're being taught. So you go there and say, who's the worst president, Donald Trump or Joe Biden, or Donald Trump or Obama? So you give them one that's, that's a liberal, like what they like, and you give them one that's conservative they don't like, they're going to pick the liberal. Now, if you go to a conservative school, college, they do exist, and you ask the same question, well, your response is going to be Donald Trump is a better president. See what I'm saying? You can slant that different ways. Like I said, by where you go. If you go to an area you
No,
know to be more liberals, then you know they're going to get an answer that the liberal president was better. If you go to a place that's very
fortunately, when I grew up going to school in Springville, New York, that school system at that time was very conservative. They were pro-union, and they just, we had a bar in our town, and they tried bringing in Coors beer.
yeah.
Coors beer at that time was not made in a union facility, and they couldn't even give that Coors beer away in my town at that time.
Yeah. Well, I know some areas that they would insult Coors beer. It's it's like blank water. I heard that, and there's other people that just loved it. Now, they did stop advertising beer for a while in the United States back when I was a kid, back in my late teens, early 20s, on TV, and there was a beer called Hoppengator. Now, Hoppengator today, they would not like its symbol because it was a little gator, looked like it was hopping, alligator. Say it would be appealing to kids now, because of the cartoon character. But it was a good tasting beer, but because it came out right about the time they quit advertising on TV, it never took off because it never built traction. And but like I said, so a lot of that stuff has things like that affects how things are how well they do. You look at IBM and you look at Apple. Now they did two different types of marketing. Now Apple wanted everything in-house. They did not. They wanted complete control of everything. The games that came out for all this stuff, and Macintosh. Now IBM came up with a computer, which was not, from my understanding, anywhere near as good as Apple. I've never used an Apple, but we're talking back in the 80s. But it was much more popular because they released their information, so anybody could make games and stuff for it. And so it became the dominant, not because it was better, but because it was easier and cheaper. Because it became cheaper because they released the information to let competitors compete. And like I said, people can write programs for it and sell those programs to other people. Whereas Apple Macintosh, it had to be their people writing the programs. So everything was in-house, which made it more expensive because you couldn't get competitors to compete to lower the cost of stuff. And so in the short term, Apple made the most money, but in the long term, IBM did. And IBM really dominated after a while. And it was all because of their business philosophies. That was one of the classes. That was one of the examples they talked about in my econ class in college. And so that's something that.
See, everybody.
Go ahead.
Everybody thinks that Apple and Microsoft invented computers. No. IBM invented the computer in conjunction with the U.S. government, and that was in 1964.
Yeah, but what they're talking about, where people get
But
confused.
The user-friendly stuff came out in the 80s with Apple and Microsoft.
And when they first came out, you had to have usually it was a mainframe, or it was just a what do they call it? A word processor, pretty much. You could type and it would correct your type. But the programs, the real programs, it was a mainframe, especially in the college. In other words, you'd set at what we call a dumb station, but because there was nothing there. It was just the monitor and the keyboard. All the programming was somewhere else that was piped into your workstation.
Yeah.
You worked off the mainframe. When I was at first at Delphi, that's what I used was a dumb computer. I put it, and I'm not talking about when I was the receptionist / clerk. I'm talking about when I was working at the gatehouse. I did quite a few different jobs at Delphi. And when I was working at the gatehouse, I used to have to input information, and we had the dumb computer because everything I put in went back to Michigan from New York. But all the information went to Michigan. It was there somehow it was set up to where it wasn't even the local. It was out of the corporate office, which was in I want to say Flint, Michigan. It was either Flint or Troy. I can't remember which. It was one of those two places because had big offices in both places, but I can't remember which one was the supposedly world headquarters, you know. And that's where the information all went to that I had to put in. What I put in was vehicle logs because they were still part of GM when I first started working there. And GM had so many cars that any of their engineers could check out and go anywhere, whether they're going to visit a vendor.
Me guys,
Yes.
Kuya Tim and Kuya Dan. My nephew would like to come with me. He asked me to come with him to Mama's store. So yeah, I will step down and be in the store.
I gotta go too, guys.
All right, take care, everybody.
Minnie needs me and my money.
Oh,
All right.
Yeah, that's normal.
I'll see everyone
Dan's
later.
wearing a hat, Mike. We don't know why he's wearing it for, but he got it on. But
Now, I just got a notice from a friend saying that my area is going to have signal level 3 typhoon in the next 18 hours.
you better button up. Now,
Well, I have,
Are you far enough inland where you don't have to worry about waves and just the wind and the
Oh,
rain? Or, I'm not
all I'll
sure.
be dealing with, all I deal with is wind and rain. You know, I'm over an hour from the closest coastline.
All right. See, when I was there, I was at Subic Bay. So
Yeah, I'm an hour from Subic.
All right. When I was there, we were in Subic Bay along Pole City, and I was on the Dixie, which was a tender and destroyer tender. We worked on a ship. Our job was in port. Now, like I said, I was a ship serviceman, but the ship's job was in port. And we had a hurricane come through. I can't remember. And when I left the ship, it was 24-hour notice. I left on Sunday. And we had 24 hours. If we got the word to go back to the ship, you had to be back to the ship within 24 hours, which I had to be back less than that when I left the ship anyway, to be back to work on time, right? So I go out. I'm with my girlfriend. We go out to the beach and spend the day at the beach, go to a movie. Then we go to her place. I get up the next morning. Me and my buddy, our girlfriends, live together. So we catch a ride into the, supposedly to the ship. We get there and there's this little tin can sitting there. Our ship is gone. And so I look at the ship and I go, my set shrunk, because it's about half the size of my ship. So it's like, my ship shrunk. The guy on deck just starts laughing. I said, hey, could you put me on your log as being here? Because I'm here before I had to be there. In case anything comes up, I can prove that I was back where I was supposed to be on time. So, and then I asked him where I should go to report that, my ship's gone. And so I get written up for a missing ship movement. And I never got past the XO because it was like, they understood, hey, look, you left, it was 24-hour notice. You come back, the ship's gone, and you're back within the 24 hours. So there's no problem there,
Yeah.
And I'm on a ship of about 1,000 people, and well over 100 of us missed the ship. 'Cause like I said,
Well,
we get the word to go back, but we were told we had 24 hours. So, it's like, hey, look, I got less than 12.
things
and I
can
gotta be
change
there
on a
anyway.
moment's. Things change on a moment's notice.
Yeah, but
I got 7 inches of rain in 10 minutes the other day.
Yeah.
And
Like I said,
10 minutes before it started raining, it was sunny.
Yeah. But like I said, though, they never told us that we never got the word that it would go back immediately if you get the word. It was 24 hours. And we had chiefs and officers that missed that ship. Wasn't just as, lowly enlisted man. At that time, I think I was still a seaman at that time. I made third class later. And so, I wasn't there was guys a lot higher than me that was standing on that pier waiting for the ship to come back the day it came back. And from my understanding, that the the bosses, the big wigs, the admirals and stuff, was pissed that our ship pulled out. They didn't think they shouldn't have left. And I was talking to some of the guys that missed the ship. They said when they walked up, they were pulling away from the pier, and the gangplank just fell into the water. They didn't even bother pulling it in. They just took off. And there was guys returning that they left without them. So I guess it was crazy. But
Well, on a ship, it's safer to be out at sea than it is in port.
Well, it turned out it wouldn't have been, because that very same night they said, "Oh, go out and party if you want." Well, all my money was on the ship, so I stayed on base. I guess I could have probably found somebody and borrowed some money. You know how slushing went. I mean, you just always borrow money. You just paid back more than what you borrowed. But it's like, no, I'll just stay on the base and get a good night's sleep. But that, like I said, that morning they're gone. That evening, we're told, don't worry about it, go out and party. The base is not closed down. Go have fun. So they should have never even pulled out, because it didn't come. I guess it turned or something. But
Well, the first year I lived here, we had 39 inches of rain in 8 days.
All right. Now, I got to stop you for a minute. Mike asked you, Tim, do you have solar panels?
Do I have solar panels? No, I do not.
Okay, because that's what Mike wanted to know. He says, Tim, do you have solar panels? Dinner time, huh, Dodger? Well, enjoy your dinner, because, yeah, I guess it is. It's about 7:30 where you're at. Dodger's in California. So it's about 7:30 p.m. in California. So I would call that dinner time. It's a lot later than I thought it was, but that's all right. But
well, it's 10:30 for you.
Yeah, just about. I don't have to. For me, I get to sleep in tomorrow. I don't have to get up till after 6. That's sleeping in. During my work week, I'd get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I have to be at work at 7. I hate it. I hate getting up that early. I would rather go into work at 8 or 9 o'clock. I'd rather work 8 to 4 or 9 to 5. Now, when I was working at the DOA, Department of Agriculture, I was a security guard working for them, and the guy was out sick. I loved it. I worked from 8:30 to 4:30. It was 15 minutes from my house. And the only reason it was 15 minutes was traffic. I mean, the drive itself would bother you about 10 minutes, but you got heavy traffic that time of the morning. And so, about 15 minutes during traffic. And so I like that. I mean, and I did that during the winter too. So it wasn't, I didn't have to drive real far during the winter. I got a 15-minute drive right now, but it's farther away. But it's all highway driving. So during the winter, it's going to be a little more hairy. But like I said, when you work security, you work where you're needed, and that's what I'm doing. Until I can say, stick it, I'm done. But that'll be a couple more years at least. I actually would like to work maybe 3 or 4 more years, get my bills paid off and save up some money. And then, and if my mom's still alive at that time, I'll keep working probably. Because what am I going to do? either that or move back home, and I don't want to move back home. So I'm talking about Indiana. I don't want to move back to Indiana. So I might as well keep working. Now it's what 10:30 in the morning where you're at, right? You're in the Philippines, correct? You're still in
Yeah.
Angeles. I mean, you're because I know you said you visited your sister in Canada not too long ago.
Well, that was 5 years ago.
Oh, was it? Okay, okay. I didn't know. I just know you said when you were home you went and visited, so I didn't know when that was. But
Yeah, I've
hey,
I've left.
Mike, you take care now. See you later, man. Stay safe and healthy, and
Okay.
try to have fun, Mike. Take care.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Happy birthday, Yami. You still there? Why don't you come up? Come on, Yami. Come up and talk to us. I won't be on a whole lot longer, but I'll stay on a little longer. Come on, Yami. Come
Well,
on up. Go ahead.
I do have to get going here, though.
Well, then, if you're going to go, I'll talk for a couple more minutes, but I think everybody else is leaving. And if that's going to be the case,
You know, unfortunately, I just have a few things I need to do for weather preparation.
yeah, I understand. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I don't know. Do you nail up your windows or what? Because I know down in
No, but you know, I don't get any flying debris here.
okay, because I know
I
in
will just
Florida,
get
that's what they do.
I will get heavy rain. My street will flood in 10 minutes. I have to make sure that I have a sump pump that I put out and
Now,
pump water out of one area.
Now, oh yeah, that's right. Are you still renting, or did you build a house?
Well, I couldn't build a house because I'm not a Filipino.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're married to one, you can't. I didn't know if you're married.
I'm not
to one.
married.
Okay, okay. I was gonna
So
say, if you
I-
build a
I
house-
can-
if I was gonna say if I build a house, I'd want to build it up a little bit, where you have to go up some stairs to get in, only because, like you said, the flooding. You know, if you build it up, it'd have to be a lot worse flooding to get into the house. But I understand what you're saying.
But-
Like I said, I'm not married to a Filipino either, so if I go there, I'm renting, so I'll probably just rent an apartment.
Yeah. Now you could own a condo. You can
Yeah,
rent an apartment, second floor.
well, I don't think I want to own a condo. Like I said, I'm a poor boy, you know?
Yeah.
Do I really want to tie up that much of my money in buying something? Because when you're buying, your payment is probably going to be higher than what you pay to rent. At least, you know.
I looked at it.
You remember now, you got, if you're buying a condo, you got the condo payment. Then you got the upkeep. Well, in your
And
rent, all
user
that's
fees.
included. Yeah, all that's included in your rent. You know, when you rent, all that's included. And so-
But I found out that in the one place I was looking at condos, it was about twice of what I'm paying now, but it included my cable TV, it included my internet, it included my electric.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you can get all that included, it's worth paying a little more. But I don't want to buy. But if I can rent and have all that included, I'd do that. But I want to live somewhere where I can afford, let's say, everything included, $400 a month. May not be able to do that. I might have to go more. I can go more than what I'd like to spend if I have to, and still be able to save some money. But no problem, yeah. I wish you'd come up, but you said you're shy and still support. And
Yeah, you're looking at about 15, 18K right there for your budget.
yeah, I'm looking right now. It's about 16. about 6.
That is a good price.
Yeah, that's But like I said, though, I want to be able to save. I'd like to save about $400 or $500 a month. I can save less if I need to. So, like I said, it all depends on where I decide to live. Because if I do move there, I want to be. I don't have to be in the city that it's at, but I want to be not too far from a good hospital. It's not going to be the world class, probably, unless I go to Manila. I can't afford Manila. Let's be honest about it. Maybe outside of Manila somewhere, but not Manila itself.
Well, I can walk to a hospital in 15 minutes or less from where I live. I can drive to a good hospital in about 20 minutes
Yeah.
on a
Like I said,
motorcycle.
Like I said, I'd like to be close enough that I can be there within about 20 minutes or so. I don't have to be next door. I mean, that's kind of, I think that'd be a little expensive and also probably be a little, a bit of a headache. And, hey,
Yeah.
Hanny, if you want to come up, you can come up. And come on up if you want.
Now,
Come
Larry,
on up, Hannah. But like I
Larry,
said,
what?
Yeah, go ahead.
When will you be doing your next live stream?
A week from today, at least. I do one. I try to do one every Saturday at the same time, which would be Sunday morning
Okay.
for you. I try to do it at 7:00 Saturday night, which is 7:00 Sunday morning for your time. And
Yep.
then I go for however long it lasts. Because, like I said,
Okay.
I'm usually off Sunday, so if I sleep in, I don't give a rat's patoot because it's not going to hurt anybody.
Okay.
Tomorrow,
Well, tell
I'll
you
be
what,
up.
I need to go, and I'll catch you
All
next
right.
week.
All right.
Take care, everybody.
All right. Take care, man. Nice talking with you. I've seen you on a couple streams, but there you go. Now, and that's all right. You can come up and just put your avatar there and not even show your face. Now, where are you at that it's only 6:34 a.m.? And where are you located at? Because 6:34, I started at 7 p.m. here in New York State. I live around Albany area, and that is around 7 a.m. in most of the Philippines. So I'm just wondering where you're at, and I'm gonna stop my camera for a moment while I do something. But I'm still here. I'll still be talking to you, as you can see, and I just gotta have some problems here. I want to straighten up. Now I'll bring my camera back up. All right. Now, Ann, you came in kind of late, so I want you to know what we're trying to do for everybody is I want people to come up and have a conversation with me and whoever else happens to be up. And what I want you to do, and so you can think about how you want to say this, I want to have you introduce yourself. Tell us where you're living. Tell us about your channel. What is it about? Is it about your daily life? Is it a mix of things like live streams, karaoke, whatever you vlog? So people that are watching can decide whether or not they'd like to join your channel. I mean, I enjoy your channel. I go in and I watch some things. And I think you know that because I've responded to some of the things you put up. And I do go in and listen to some people that do karaoke, and I'll let them know I'm there. Now, right now, I do not have it, but hopefully next week, I'm going to try to get a Nightbot set up. So I'll have you type in something. It could be LLL. It could be lazy. It could be something else. I haven't decided. And when you type that in, Nightbot will shoot your channel up, your information up. But I would like people to come up here and we'll talk like you just seen Tim and I Dan and I did it. Sammy Chavez and I did it. Robert Simmons came up and we talked for a little bit. So that's what I want. I on my live streams, I like to talk to other YouTubers or other people. I don't care if you put up videos or not. If you want to come up and talk and say what you're interested in, then I want you to be able to do that. I'm going to do this at least once a week. And right now I do it Saturdays, my time, around 7 p.m. my time, which would be about 7 a.m. in the Philippines. So it's going to be earlier than that for you. And I'm sorry to, say that, but that's the way I guess it's going to be. But like I said, if I'm up, when I'm still up, if you want to come in at any time, let me know. If I got room to bring you up, I'll bring you up. Right now, I can only bring up, I believe, 6 people, counting myself right now. If I decide I want to bring up more, I'll go to StreamYard and pay for it, and I'll be able to bring up more people. But I'm not sure if I want to do that just yet. But like I said, I want to do this, and I'm trying to, make things where we can communicate with each other and find out a little bit more about each other by talking and letting the people out there know more about us so they can make the decision if they want to follow us or not. You weren't probably here when I mentioned that I'm not doing this for the money. If I make money out of it, it's great. I mean, I only have about 132 followers last time I looked. So I don't care if I ever get over 1,000 and get monetized. That's not why I started vlogging. I mean, don't get me wrong, it would be nice, but that's not my motivation. I'm 69 years old, and I want to, hey, Susan Lee, how you doing? If you want to come up, Susan, just enter the thing and let me know, and I'll bring you up. But my thing is, I wanted something to do when I finally do retire that I enjoy. I enjoy talking. I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy doing the videos. I got into it by an accident, because people wanted to know why I used the name Lazy Larry. So I did a video and explained how I got the nickname and why I use it. And so I did a few more, and then I decided, hey, I kind of like this, and I'll keep doing it. And like I said, I'm not here to try to make money. I'm just here to try to have fun. And if I end up making money, that's fine. I mean, I'm not against making money. Anybody that says I am didn't know me very well. I mean, that's why I keep working. I like making money, but I like spending it too. But I'm doing this so when I do finally retire, everybody will know, when you retire, you got to have something to do unless you want to just stay in bed all day. Well, I go by Lazy Larry. That's not what I really am. I mean, I try to do things easy, but a lot of people do that. But I want something to do that I enjoy that will get me out of the house, out of my apartment. And oh, you're in the wrong place there. That's why that happened. But so that's why I took it up. I mean, I took it up for something to do. And so when I retire, I will be able to say, well, now I got to go do this, go do that, get this. That's all going to be set up. And if I end up making money, I end up making money. If I don't, I don't. I enjoy doing what we're doing right now. I've enjoyed this night. That's why I've been on long. I never thought I'd talk this long on a live stream. I did last week too. I did over 3 hours or thereabouts. And it's like, that's fine because I enjoy it. Like I said, this time was even more fun because I had people come up and we talked. Last week, I didn't want to bring anybody up. I couldn't actually because I was using YouTube instead of StreamYard. So I brought StreamYard so I could bring people up. And because, like I said, I want to be able to interact with you guys besides just typing. And I enjoy that as well. But if I can have you up and we can talk and you can explain what your channel's about, where you live, whatever you feel like talking about, we'll talk about it. And then the people watching can decide, hey, I like what they're doing on their channel. I'll go check it out and maybe subscribe. So I'm hoping people will get more subscribers this way. And I hope it works out for everybody. Like I said, if I get more, that's fine. I'm not doing it just for that. I mean, I'd like to get more. Let's be honest about it. But I want to do it as my way of trying to help other people grow their channel. And so I'm hoping that, yes, Susan, I enjoy the people having so many friends on YouTube. Like I said, I only got about 132 that follow me the last time I looked. I'd have to look again to see if I'm still there. But I've been up to that, and I've dropped back down to 128 and gone. I've been up and down, so I don't get too caught up in it too much. It's going basically up, but that's all right. If I wake up tomorrow it's less, that's fine. And like I said, I met Yami through YouTube. I met Susan and Ann and Sammy and Robert Simmons and Dan, from Dan Retirement Journey, Philippines Bound, and his wife Minnie, and so many other people like Dodger Blue and Jerry, I call South Texas home, and all these people. And I've enjoyed a lot of different things that I wasn't so sure I would enjoy. You take Jerry, I call South Texas home. He does a lot of videos on trains. I enjoy it more than I thought I would, especially his undercarriage videos. He also did some videos on cemeteries that are very old in South Texas. He also does some walking videos where he goes down to Mexico, he's right down close to the border, so it's nothing for him to cross. And Jerry happens to be part Mexican, if not full Mexican. I don't know, don't care. I enjoy following Jerry, and he goes down and he'll do some walking videos, and he'll get something to eat and show you, and he talks about stuff, and I enjoy it. And he does some walking around in Texas as well, and I enjoy his videos. Now, Jerry, when I started following Jerry, he only had a couple hundred people. He's over 1,000 now. So he got monetized about a week or two ago. And how do you do this? You do it through connections. And I think this is a good way. I'm hoping this is a good way for people to make connections. And if everybody wants, maybe later on I'll do 2 a week, but I want to do at least 1 a week, and I want people to come up. That's all right, Anna. If all you want to do is listen, that's fine. Like I said, I mean, right now I'm here for you guys. People want to come up and listen to me talk, I'll talk. If people want to come up and talk with me, let's do it. I only got a couple monitors. I'm going to keep it slow for a while. People I don't know, that's why I want more people here. If you know them and they want to come up, we can bring them up. But if I don't know them, I want them to be here a couple times. I want to make sure they actually have a channel. And like I said, I will add more monitors as we go. But because I don't want somebody coming in here and doing something wrong that'll get me banned. So we got to be careful here on what we're doing. But Ann and Yami and Susan, Sammy, naturally, but some of you guys I follow. Actually, all of you, I got you on my subscription list. And so I know that you're YouTubers. So I'm more than glad to have you come up. Some others I may not follow, but I know who they are. They've been in other live streams that I've been in, and they've been well behaved. And I would let them come up, no problem, because I know who they are. They may not have a channel. And if they can come up without a channel, that's fine with me. Come on up. Introduce yourself, talk about what you want. Say, hey, I live here, and I have my wife or my kid, or I'm single. I'm interested in traveling to Thailand, the Philippines. I don't care. That's what I said. This way we get to know each other a little bit better. Like I said, I've been to the Philippines many, many years ago when I was in the Navy. I do have an interest to go back and visit. I don't know if I'll live there. My mom is 96, so I'm not going anywhere until after she passes. 3 of my 4 sisters are in their 70s. I'm pushing 70. My youngest sister is just barely in her 60s. She's 61. But both my brothers have passed away. My father's passed away. So, you got to take life as it comes, but I'm not going anywhere until my mom goes. Because she's in a nursing home. She's not in the best of health at 96. Now, let's say I was ready to do this 20 years ago, I'd have done it. I'd have gone to the Philippines, but not with my mom the way she is right now. And I love my mother dearly. And she's already buried 2 sons. I don't want her to think she lost a third one just because I left. And I'm the only boy still left. I try to call her. I don't call her as much as I should. And like I was saying earlier, she's 675 miles from where I live. So it takes me a bit to get there. But I go home at least for a week every year to see my mom. And try to call her some. And she used to come out to New York and visit with my sister and myself. My oldest sister lives out here in New York too. Now she lives up about halfway between Buffalo and Rochester, New York. I used to live up in that area too. And now I'm down around the Capital District. I'm living right outside of Albany, New York, in a little place called Waterville. That's all right, Susan. I just turned 69. So, it's not how old you are, it's how old you feel and act. I do not feel 69 years old, and I sure in the heck don't act 69 years old. Now, there are times my hands feel that way because of arthritis, but as far as, mentally, I do not feel 69 years old. And I think that helps us get older. That's all right, Ann. Like I said, I'm 69, never been married, and have no children. But I can't say much of anything else. But as as I talked earlier, you guys might not have been here. I'm sorry to hear that, Susan. I'm glad to hear your kids take care of you. My 2 sisters took care of my mother until it became too much. I got a sister with the MS, and another sister is not in real good health either. And that's the 2 she was living with. And they were all in decent shape when I left Indiana. I've been out here in New York for 25 years. My mother was in good health. My sisters were in pretty good health. They were still working. But, time changes things. And my mom started falling too much, and my sisters can't pick her up. And I was home the last time she lived at home, visiting with the family, and she fell. And I was there, so I was able to pick her up. My sisters couldn't. But my mom was hurt real bad. I mean, she bruised both her knees real bad. She had a black eye, and she was hurt real bad. And it's like, no, we can't do this anymore, with her falling as much as she did. Pretty soon, with her getting hurt like that, if she gets hurt like that, and they keep bringing her back home to where my sisters live, they were going to charge my sisters with elder abuse, even though my sisters were loving and trying to do the best they could. But, my mom couldn't walk very well, and they had wooden floors, so there was no rugs or anything. Just she doesn't always pick up her feet like she should. And my sister with MS has the same kind of problem. But she hit some water or something and caused her to lose her footing, and she went down and got hurt real bad. And if I wasn't there, they were going to have to get somebody else to pick her up because they couldn't. And I was going to take her to the hospital, but she was hurting pretty bad. And it's like, well, no, I'm not going to try to get you in a car if you're hurting that bad. We had her sit down on a chair, and we called the ambulance and had them come get her. They had to admit her. She was in the hospital for a week or more because, like I said, she was hurt pretty bad. And then we had to put her into a rehabilitation facility. because she had to get her strength back for her legs. And while she was there, they also had a room open up for the regular nursing home. We put her in there, but that was not because they didn't want to take care of her. It was because they couldn't take care of her anymore. And like I said, my sisters are not young. My youngest sister was still working. She couldn't do it. So like I said, it was the only real choice we had. I mean, it was a sad choice to make, but we had to make it. And we did that as a family. All of us kids talked. My oldest sister, probably, but my mom wouldn't move. And I don't know if my oldest sister, because my oldest sister, like I said, I'm 69. She's 79. All right. And she has a real bad disability herself. But she gets around real well. But like I said, trying to pick my mom up and stuff, she never could have done it. Never. My oldest sister is only about 5 foot tall. She's got a real bad curvature of the spine. So she couldn't have done it. Yes, yeah. I mean, I try to take care of myself. I need to lose more weight and get in better shape. And sometimes I just don't want to call my mom because my mom has slight dementia, and sometimes she knows who I am, and sometimes she doesn't. And so sometimes it's heartbreaking to talk to your mother when she doesn't know who you are. And so that can be heartbreaking. But when you call and she knows who you are, you feel better. And even then, she has trouble remembering some things. But at least she knows who you are. So I enjoy those conversations because pretty soon they won't be, like I said, she's 96. She's not going to live forever. I'm hoping that I outlive her only because, like I said, she's already buried 2 sons. I don't want her to bury the third. But I hope she lives for a long time. But she doesn't want to. When she's lucid, and she'll tell you she doesn't want to live to be 100. She doesn't want to, and that might be because she's in a nursing home and doesn't, and she knows that she can't take care of herself, and she knows my sisters can't do it. So I really think that's part of the reason she doesn't want to live to be 100, because she knows the entire time she's going to be in a nursing home. Now, my youngest sister's daughter and granddaughter go see her every week, and she enjoys those visits. And so she enjoys that, and she looks forward to it. But the pandemic was really hard on her because she was in the nursing home during that, and nobody could go visit her. That was tough on people, when you can't go see your loved ones because they're shut up and they just won't let you in. Eventually they let you go by the window and see them. They'd bring them to a window, but you couldn't touch them. You couldn't really talk to them. But I'm sure it encouraged her some to know that, people would come by and see her. But there was a couple of years they didn't let her have visitors. And so there was no sense me going home to see my mom. I went home a couple times, but not as much as I would, because I couldn't go see her. I mean, it didn't make sense, and so that was tough. And so, like I said, yeah, and that was during the pandemic. There was about 2 years she couldn't have any visitors, and then she was allowed visitors for a little while. Then somebody came down with COVID in that area, so no visitors for a couple of months. So, like I said, it's been tough on my mom. It's been tough on everybody that was in that situation. If you're in a nursing home and your family can't see, all you Filipinos know how close families can be. Now, a lot of people in the United States will tell you their families are not that close. I happen to be close with my family. My family's pretty close together. So I know that, I had to tear my mom up. And anybody that's in a nursing home, if you have nobody come and see you, it's got to be tough on you. That's got to be a tough thing. But, what are you going to do? I mean, like I said, they wouldn't let you go in. And like I said, my sisters all go down to see my mom every week. My niece and my great niece, they go see my mom every week. So people try to get to see her, you know. Well, you know, Yami, yes, overall we're a happy family. Now we've had our difficulties, you know, like most families. There's been times we have had our different differences of opinion. My oldest sister's very strong opinion, but I love her dearly. She was like a second mother to me. Like I said, she's 10 years older than me. And so she really helped raise me. And, you know, I remember her taking care of me as a child, you know, watching over me and making sure, you know, I was all right. And so, you know, I love my sister, you know. I love all four of my sisters. Love my brothers. And it really tore me up when they passed away. My older brother was only 30, what was he, 37? Trying to think. Yeah, he's about 37 when he died. He was very young. And my younger brother was about 56. So, you know, he's been dead for a few years. If I remember right, it was 2015. So that'd be 7 years. He'd be, yeah. He was about 59 years old, 58, 59 when he passed. So he was young too, as far as I'm concerned. Now, my dad was 61. But like I said, 3 of my sisters are in their 70s. My mom's 96. Her dad lived to be 92. Her older brother lived to be 92. Her grandfather, my great-grandfather, who I'm named after, he lived to be about 92. And then she's got a uncle on her mother's side who lived to be about 98. So a lot of longevity on my mom's side. My dad's mother lived to be about 88. So, yeah, he was very young. He never smoked, did not drink, but he died of cancer. It was not lung cancer. They called it germ cancer. And the reason why they called it germ cancer, they weren't sure. It was a very rare form of cancer. And they thought a germ caused it. They weren't sure. And highly curable, but usually deadly, because what it is, it causes no pain. So you're not in any pain at all with this cancer until it starts affecting he had it in the brain, so it affected his equilibrium. He started falling. And that's how we found out. We had to take him to the doctor because he was falling a lot. And they checked him over, and that's real sad, Susan. I mean, that's even that's real sad. 22. But they said 6 months, and they could have said 6 days, and it would have been closer. I think he lived about 2 or 3 weeks after they told us that he had cancer. Wasn't very long. And so, yeah, he was real young. 37 or 35. I can't remember which. I want to say 37. I want to say I was 35 when he passed away. He was 2 years older than me. But yeah, 22 is awful young, Susan. Drunk driver. Yeah. I'll let you know. Hey, Dodger. I'll let you know, Susan. I used to be guilty of being a drunk driver. I quit drinking and driving. I still drink occasionally. I hadn't had a drink in over 3 years, only because I refused to drive if I'm drinking. And when I lived up in Leroy, all the bars that were close enough to walk to, I didn't like. And I'm not going to go to a bar just to drink if I don't like the bar. If I don't like the clientele, that's not a fun place to go. So the last time I actually had a drink, I was back home in Terre Haute. And that was about 3 or 4 years ago. I was staying at my youngest sister's house. And I had a drink with her. I had a couple of beers with her and her husband. The only ones in my family, that immediate family, that drank is my sister and her husband, my youngest sister and her husband. My oldest sister and her husband, my other two sisters do not drink. And so that was the last time I had a drink. And the last time I had a drink and I went driving was many, many years ago. And I got a ticket for it. And I swore to God it would never happen again. And it has not. Because if I have a drink, I'm not driving. It's that simple. I'm not even going to have one drink. And so the last time I got drunk and had my car with me, I got a hotel room, parked my car by it was a motel, parked the car at the motel room, walked into the room, threw the keys on the end table there, went back over because it was my birthday that year, that time, and everybody's wanting to buy me a drink. Well, like I said, I'd already quit drinking and driving before this. And so I hadn't had a drink and got behind the wheel of the car by this time over 6 months. And I refused, I wasn't going to do it then. So I parked my car, rented a hotel room, and proceeded to drink with everybody, to party and celebrate my birthday. I had no plans on doing that. I was just going to go in, have a couple of Cokes, and talk with the guys, these guys from where I worked, and take it easy. But they wanted to buy me a drink because it was my birthday. And I said, well, if you're going to buy drinks, I got to get a room because I'm not driving. And that's what I did. And another time after that, I went into a bar and had a Coke, and the price they were wanting to charge me for that Coke, it was a bar I liked, it was outrageous when you compared it to a drink. It's like I could have got a beer for the same amount of money or less. And this is for just a plain Coke with a bunch of ice in it, which cost them maybe 10, 15 cents. So I decided that's it. I'm done. I'm not going to the bar with a car at all, period. So if I can't walk there, I'm not going, unless somebody else is driving, because I'm not going to do it. And I haven't. And that's been 10, 15 years since I've done that. And so, like I said, I don't drink very much anymore. Just because, like I said, I refuse to drink and drive. I will not get behind the wheel of a car after I had even one drink. Won't do it. So I either stay where I'm at or somebody else is driving, or I can walk home. And where I live now, the closest bar is a couple miles or more away, and I'm not walking that on dark streets. And I'm not even sure if I can get to a bar in 3 miles. Probably take me 4 or 5 miles to get to a bar from where I live. And I don't even know if I'd like the bar if I got there. So, yeah. I've been down here in this apartment for well over a year and a half, and I hadn't had a drink. And that's fine with me. Like I said, I decided a long time ago I can live without it. I can live with it. It doesn't matter. But I'm not drinking and driving. So I'm really sorry to hear about your brother, Susan. That had to have been a really hard thing on your family, especially that young and that unexpected. It was tough on our family when my brother died, and we had a couple of weeks to prepare for it. Because they were going to, when we found out, they thought, well, he had a tumor, we'll take it out. And so we moved him from Terre Haute, Indiana, which was where I was living at the time. That's where most of my family's still at. And we took him to Indianapolis for the hospital up there to do the operation, because the doctor in Terre Haute said he couldn't do it. And when they got up there, they checked it and said, no, it's too far spread. It's just, we can't get it all out. Sorry, it's just too late. And they said about 6 months. And like I said, they could have said 6 days and been a whole lot closer, because it was only a couple of weeks, and I don't even believe it was a month. I want to say about 2 weeks after they told us they couldn't operate. And so, like I said, we had a little bit of time to prepare for it, but not as much as you would like. And, all right, Yemi, well, have fun washing your clothes. I'm not going to be on here a whole lot longer, even though I'm enjoying myself. I have to get up around 6 in the morning. So 6:30, something like that, because I have to, like I don't know if y'all was here when I said this or not. I'm a security guard in New York. It's required mandatory. Once a year, you go in for your annual 8-hour training. And you renew your license every 2 years, but every year you have to go in for an annual training. And tomorrow's my annual training. And I renew my license in November this year. So I got to get it done. And I'd rather do it on my day, one of my days off, than take a day off to do it. So we're going to do that tomorrow. I got to be at the office between 8:30 and 9. They're going to start the class about 9. So I'm going to have to get up earlier. I want. Hey, Lisa, however you pronounce your name. If you want, come on up. Give me somebody to talk to so I can stay longer. Come on up. I'll let you in. We need somebody to talk. I'll tell you what we're doing here. What I decided to do with these weekly talks. I want people to come up that want to come up, introduce themselves to the rest of the chat. Tell them, where you live, what your channel's about, so they can decide, hey, that sounds interesting. I'll follow. Hello, Alex. How you doing, sir? And what time does the game start, Alex? But that's what I want. I want us to have a conversation with. We can talk to each other. Earlier, I had 3 other people up here, and they talked about their channels, and then I actually had 4 come up total, because one left and another one came in, and that's what I want. That's what I want this to be about. I want people to know a little bit about each person, so they can decide if they want to go to your channel and subscribe instead of going subscribe and backing out. I've had that happen. It could be because they're ninja accounts or they're what they call bot accounts. I don't know. My channel's gone up and down, up and down. I got to 100 a couple different times before I put out that video on the 100 subscribers. I don't know how I went above 100 like 3 different times before it finally stayed above 100. It's like the last time I looked, I was at 132, but I've been there a couple times and gone back down under 130. So, I see it go up and down. So I don't know if somebody's subscribing, then cutting out, hoping that you subscribe to them. But I don't want to play that game. I mean, I subscribe to quite a few people, but I try to follow them, I try to watch at least a couple of videos every so often and be a true supporter. But I'm getting so many people. I'm actually following more people than follows me, which is fine. I don't care. But we got to do what we got to do, and like I said, if I never get to 1,000, that's all right with me. I didn't start this video thing to make money. I started it to give myself something to do so I can enjoy myself when I finally retire and get out and move around. I do not know if I'll ever move anywhere besides where I live right now. I would like to go to the Philippines. I want to go to the Philippines, whether I move there or not. I want to go back and see it. I served with a bunch of Filipinos when I was in the service. They were good people, hardworking. We worked side by side. We were in the same division. And I had some of them were my boss. I mean, I had a couple that were my boss, and they were fair. They were. I met some of their families, and also when I was on shore duty, I was invited to some of their homes. And these are guys that weren't my bosses. We were just on the same base. It's a base of 110, so everybody pretty much knew everybody. But whether or not you got along, it's a different story. But they invited me over to their house for parties and stuff. And so, like I said, I've always enjoyed it. Thank you, Alex. We appreciate that. Like I said, we're going to have to end here pretty soon because I know Dodger's ready to go do something. And Yami's doing her laundry. And nobody wants to come up and talk with me. So, after a while, you got to let somebody else talk, and nobody wants to talk but me. And like I tell everybody, I happen to be one of those people that like to talk. I've been told I got a decent voice, but I can't say that for sure. I do know I might have a good voice for talking, but I do not have a voice for singing. But I do enjoy going to some of the channels that do karaoke. I'm not going to mention all of them because I'd probably forget somebody and they would get upset with me. That's why I said I want people to come up, and I'll be back on next week on Saturday, 7 o'clock Eastern time, 7 a.m. Filipino time. So you'll have to make your adjustments over wherever you're at. Like Dodger, it'll be 4 p.m. in California. And yeah, I understand that autocorrect stinks, man. It does that to me all the time, but I'm on my desktop. And I like doing my live stream on my desktop because I got a 27-inch screen. Now I got a decent size cell phone, but it's just under 7 inches cell phone. So the screen is not very big compared to even my laptop's bigger. My laptop's about a 15-inch screen. So like I said, I'm planning on making sure that I can do these live streams on the laptop because I want to go back home and visit my mother, and I'll take my laptop with me because my sisters that I'll be staying with, they don't have internet. They don't want internet. They don't have a computer. They don't want one. So that's fine. I mean, it's their life. They're in their 70s. They can be as stubborn and mule-headed as they want. I love them anyway. And I'll be staying at their place when I go home. And so I plan on leaving here on a Saturday, stopping somewhere in Ohio, and then I'll do my live streaming from the hotel room. And I'll leave Terre Haute on a Saturday, stop somewhere probably in Pennsylvania, do a live stream there from a hotel room. I'll get back here with an easy drive on Sunday, and then I'll rest the rest of the day, and then I'll go to work on a Monday. Hello, Theo. Like I said, if anybody wants to come up, come on up. All right? Alex, if you want to come up, we'll talk for a little bit before I quit. That's same with you, Theo. Come on up if you want. I already asked Dodger and some of the others to come up, but they're can't make it up for whatever reason. Busy doing something, and that's fine. I mean, if people want to come up. Otherwise, we'll be ending this pretty soon. Like I said, I enjoy talking, but after a while, you're tired of talking just by yourself. I did have Sammy Chavez up here. I did have Roger Simmons, Dan, Filipino retirement. Dan's retirement journey, Filipino, and I had Tim Dizit come up. So I had a few people up here, and we had a nice conversation. And there again, I will repeat that what I want to do is when people come up, I want you to introduce yourself, tell everybody where you're at and what your channel's about. But I want to make sure everybody is, good night, Susan. You have a good night now. God bless. Take care of yourself. Stay safe and healthy. And as always, try to have fun. But Dodger Blue says, I don't have a camera and my face was made for radio. Come on, Dodger. Look at this face. Was it made for TV? Huh? Yeah. And my voice for singing was made for solos. So low you can't hear it. That's what my voice is made for. But like I said, I am a people person. It's that simple. I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy the interaction with other people. I've been in the service-related field almost my entire working life. There's a few jobs that weren't, and I hate it. I worked in a couple of factories, and I absolutely hated it. I worked in 3 or 4. I can tell you later, but if I really want to sit there and figure it out, but I hated it. I hated it. It paid decent, but did not like it. A couple of the jobs I was pretty good at. It just, it wasn't fun. And yeah, my bed's right here beside me. I mean, I do my live stream in my bedroom. Yeah, you should. A lot of times you can see my bed in the background, but that's like I said. I'm in a 1-bedroom apartment. I could put my computer, and I did have it in my living room for a while, but I also have to have my dining room in my living room. And I decided I wanted to get a big screen TV. And so then it came down to putting the computer in here or giving up a dining room table and just have it used for my computer, which I did that for a while, by the way. I didn't have a computer desk. I used my dining room table. And it's like, well, if I have guests over here, the way this is set up, how are they going to sit? I mean, it's all right for me to sit at my sofa or my recliner and use a TV tray to eat off of. That's fine for me, but what if you have guests? My sister and brother-in-law came down and visited. Now, they didn't stay with me. They stayed with my friend. She's got a lot more room. Her and her daughter's been over here. So it's like, and like I said, we're just friends. We've known each other for well over 30 years. Her daughter calls me Uncle Larry. And my friend is Chinese, so the Asian culture. Their parents' best friends are uncle or aunt for the children. And so, we go way back. Her dad used to call me his white son. And so, like I said, I've known the whole family for years. I've known her for well over 30, and I've known her dad. Her dad passed away last year, but I knew him for over 30 when he passed away. And, they're good people, real good people. But, what can one say? You can only do what you can do. And, Liz, come on up, please. Give me someone to talk with. But, all right, Alex. Well, see you next week, man. Take care. All right, everybody. It looks like nobody wants to come up. It's getting late. It's almost 11:30, not quite. It's 11:20. So I need to get around and get ready for bed then if nobody's going to come up and talk to me. And so I want to tell everybody to take care. Treat each other nice, please. Be friendly. So take care of yourselves, your families. Stay safe and healthy. And as always, please try to have fun. All right, folks. I'm going to go ahead and end this one. So good talking to you. See you next week. Bye.